Okay, folks, colleagues. Thank you. Boyd. All right, colleagues, we'll just take a moment of silence, of quiet reflection. Thank you. All right, colleagues, I'll begin the meeting by acknowledging that we're in Mi'kma'ki, the traditionally unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. And here in HRM and across Nova Scotia, we consider ourselves to all be treaty people. It is it's actually September the 29th today, and we are having our council meeting that we might normally have had on Tuesday. On Tuesday, we had a public hearing scheduled, which will be rescheduled for the 11th, I believe, and we had heritage hearings, which will be rescheduled after properly advertised. So that is why we're here today. All right, I'm going to begin with community acknowledgments. It's not really working great. Community announcements and acknowledgments. Anybody? Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I expect a number of people are going to be talking about the hurricane that we had over the past weekend and the above and beyond service and response times that we saw from absolutely everybody in our community, from the HRM staff to the men and women in uniform to the community volunteers. Everybody did a great job, and especially to the Nova Scotia Power crews who were working to restore the power and get the poles up and get the wires out of the way and get everything taken care of. They did an amazing job of getting power back to as many people as they have so far. There is one individual, however, who in my community of Lower Sackville stepped up and just went above and beyond. And this is Bob Price. And we had the Sackville Area Warming Center was operating in the St. Elizabeth Seton former church on Metropolitan Ave. And Bob was there from 10 a.m. on Friday to 10 a.m. on Saturday. Was back Saturday afternoon and worked through into Saturday evening. So he put in an incredible amount of work and of time, just making sure that everything was okay, that there was a generator, that there was food, that there was lights when possible. And so I'd just like to extend a sincere and deep and heartfelt thanks to Bob Price in our community. He's always done amazing things for our community. The second announcement, since I have time left, is that the YouthWorks Cafe at the Sackville Sports Stadium is having its grand opening on October 7th, and everybody is welcome to that. It has been running for a little while, but this is the formal grand opening. So this is in the food court, and it is replacing what has always been there as a food court. It's HRM owned and operated. And so it's a great model going forward. So everybody's invited to the YouthWorks Cafe on the morning of October 7th. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And just want to send a shout out today to a couple from Lucasville, Bruce and Bonnie Bartow. And Bruce and Bonnie are huge supporters of the Terry Fox Run. And I know you're saying, yeah, everyone's a supporter of the Terry Fox Run, but Bruce takes it to another level. Every year he raises money and does a 100-kilometer run. and Bonnie follows behind on her bicycle for 100 kilometers. And so they did that this past Friday. They got it in just before the storm hit, and they up and down all over Hammonds Plains Road and up towards the Tantallon area, and they do they make sure they do 101 kilometers, so they're convinced that they get it all in. So congratulations to them for another very successful Terry Fox run, and you probably saw them on the highway this past Friday. Thank you.
Thank you. It's amazing. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will also give a shout out to Bonnie and Bruce. Bruce is a retired military personnel. He did incredible volunteering work over the years with the Air Cadets, 250 VMI in particular, and yeah, give a shout out to them. Thank you so much for all of their work for the community. I want to give a special shout out to the St. Margaret Centre volunteers, the Western Gem, the Black Point and Area Community Centre volunteers, as well as the Hubbard's Lions Club. It was incredible to see the amount of people who were coming together over the last few days. I also want to acknowledge that we still have residents without power, and we are doing everything that we can to support them, and certainly will hopefully not experience this when Ian comes around. But obviously we will continue to work hard on behalf of the residents of HRM. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Daigle Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As well, I want to do a shout out to everyone, the frontline workers, Nova Scotia Power, the linesmen, neighbors helping neighbors in the aftermath of Fiona. We have seen more beautiful stories sometimes as well, and maybe they don't get said as much, but in Musquodoboit Valley, a wedding that was interrupted ended up being held at the Bicentennial Theatre on Saturday. So we had a nice wedding down in Musquodoboit Valley. And speaking of them, a shout out to the GEM team, Musquodoboit Valley there, with ground search and rescue, with the Valley Food Bank. We're able to deliver food packages to people in the most rural sections of HRM, especially where there's no water, there's no power. There have been days and days without any support, or with support of neighbors, I should say. So congratulations to them. And the second announcement is one that I did at our last meeting as well, but a reminder doesn't hurt. Nonprofits are significantly impacted by Fiona as well, and so making sure that they have their applications in for their tax relief. The deadline is Wednesday, November 30th, so colleagues, please reach out to your nonprofits and make sure that they get those applications in time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the Deputy Mayor. There's a couple of really important days coming up right in front of us, and she's going to address those through proclamation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to point out that this side of the chamber, we've done a pretty good job with our orange shirts. I know that that side of the chamber may have some as well. Yes, there we go, Councillor Daigle Gammon. So tomorrow is Orange Shirt Day, and it's an annual tradition that started roughly 10 years ago when First Nation communities in BC wore their orange shirts to begin the global conversations around all aspects of residential schools, the survivors of those schools and community members, as well as those who will not be forgotten. So last year, Canada declared September 30th as the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, and this day honors those children who never returned home and the survivors of those residential schools. This public commemoration of a tragic and painful history and ongoing impacts of residential schools is a vital component to the reconciliation process. And so I have a proclamation to read. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas 2021, the Government of Canada announced September 30th as a National Day for Truth and Reconciliation to commemorate the history and intergenerational trauma caused by residential schools, and this day will be observed on September 30th each year by government employees. Nova Scotia adopted the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation as an official provincial holiday in 2021. The National Day for Truth and Reconciliation provides an opportunity to recognize and commemorate the history and ongoing legacy of residential schools in Canada, as well as their survivors, families, and communities. The day serves as an important opportunity for quiet reflection or community participation. It coincides with Orange Shirt Day and leads into Treaty Day and Mi'kmaq History Month in October. The Halifax Regional Municipality acknowledges the values and contributions of the diverse Indigenous community in Chipuktuk and the Mi'kmaq people of Mi'kma'ki, which this is their traditional and ancestral lands. Therefore, be it resolved that I, Deputy Mayor Pam Lovelace, on behalf of Mayor Mike Savage and Halifax Regional Municipality, do hereby proclaim September 30th, 2022 as National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. Now, in addition to National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, October 1st is Treaty Day. Due to Hurricane Fiona, we've had to adjust some of the events, but here on Friday, we will at 10 o'clock have a flag raising, and the public is welcome to attend in Grand Parade, as well as for Monday morning at 11:30, we will have a flag raising at 11:30 for Treaty Day. And whereas 36 years ago this month, Halifax Mayor Ron Wallace and Grand Chief Donald Marshall Sr. recognized Nova Scotia's first Treaty Day. And every year since, Nova Scotians mark Treaty Day, celebrating and recognizing the rich culture and important contributions of Mi'kmaq people. It is also the 29th anniversary of Mi'kmaq History Month. Halifax Regional Municipality strives to recognize the centuries-old treaties that have created an enduring bond of respect and friendship between Nova Scotia's Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal communities. And therefore, be it resolved that I, Deputy Mayor Pam Lovelace, on behalf of Mayor Mike Savage and Halifax Regional Council, do hereby proclaim October 1st, 2022 as Mi'kmaq Treaty Day and Halifax Regional Municipality, and further extend Council's sincere best wishes to our Mi'kmaq community as we mark this special milestone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. As the Deputy Mayor indicated, a number of events for Treaty Day and Truth and Reconciliation have been moved aside because of some of our Mi'kmaq communities have been dramatically hit by the hurricane. So we acknowledge that and wish everybody the best. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayor. I want to have an opportunity to, I've heard some of the acknowledgements already made by the other councillors to all the personnel and Nova Scotia Power and all the works out there, but I want to put a special shout out to the volunteers at the comfort centers. And I still have comfort centers operating in the far eastern region of my district, in Mosier River, Port Dufferin, and Sheet Harbour, and the Mushaboom Fire Hall is available for water. I want to thank the Deanery for opening up their facility during daylight for people to get a hot beverage and charge up their phones on their solar-powered energy systems there. But if anyone's looking for a shower, I'll let people know that Jador Lodge and Cabins have offered their place for free at head of Jador, as well as the Porter's Lake Provincial Park is now opened up for access. And also you can still book at a shower time at the rink in Muscatobbe Harbor. So I just want to make sure that people are still aware of those opportunities, because the Eastern Shore really got walloped, and it's going to be quite a while before power is restored in quite a few places. So I just want to ask people for their patience. Nova Scotia Power and all the crews from New Brunswick and Maine are doing a fabulous job out there. To just be patient with them. They're trying to do the best they can. And even now, after the hurricane, all that rainy weather and thunder and lightning and everything else, they're still out there. I want to say thank you to them all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Colleagues, before we go to the approval of the minutes, I want to ask Erica Fleck if she might come to the table, and whoever she might bring with her. I see her trusty partner in crime is there. One of the great experiences of being mayor comes during tough times, and that is when we have to activate our emergency operation center. Have a seat, folks. And I've been there for hurricanes before. I've been there for snowstorms before. We were certainly there for fire, and we were there certainly in the early days of COVID. It was a regular place. And there are a lot of people still hurting in our community from the storm. I think we'd all acknowledge that other communities got hit more directly than we did. The images of a house being swept out to sea off the devastation in the North Shore of Nova Scotia, Cape Breton, PEI, Newfoundland, but we got hit. And there was an amazing response by our team prior to the storm, during the storm, and after. And it gives me great pride to spend time there, as I did certainly on Friday and on the weekend, and to see so many people. This is not a one-person operation by any means. police and fire are at the EOC. Many of you have had a chance to see that. TPW, our fixtures, our transit folks, Halifax Water, the province, obviously, Red Cross are there, the weather organizations are there. I spent a lot of time with our communications folks, so I got to give a tip to Breton and those folks who worked all weekend. There were cots there, and they were used by not just the comms folks, but by everybody. And it's a really impressive thing to see. Things could be a lot worse than they turned out to be. And the way that we moved to house unhoused people during the storm, the way we mobilized our folks to get out onto the roads, a lot of that kind of goes unseen, but it's really important. And certainly, Erica, as the point person on it, and your team, it was really amazing work. And I know council realized that, but I want council to express their appreciation to the team that you head up and pull together and organize and cajole, and the work that you do. And you were doing things on the weekend out of that operations center that most of us would never have thought of. There's some obvious things, but there's other things, particularly when you're dealing with people who may be unhoused, and how do you take care of folks who need help? And it's a very selfless thing to see. So I think council would want to express to you as sort of the point persons on it, but I know that you would agree that it was a whole team effort. I see our deputy chief is here, the chief, and others who spent time in that bunker on the weekend. And it's impressive. And I thank you all for the work that you do. And I wonder if, being a woman of few words, whether you might feel like saying anything.
That's the funniest thing you said all morning.
Now, we all know how shy I am, so this is hard, but no, sincerely, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and all members of council. Without your support, really, truly appreciate it. I know it's been hard to answer all emails. My inbox is a bit flooded, but we are trying to be everywhere at one time, so I sincerely appreciate your patience, but your support for allowing us to get out there and identifying the needs in your community so that we can support as needed. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, some of the things like food truck in Dartmouth North, I know that Councillor Mancini appreciates Spryfield, feeding North Preston in the communities. You know, you can prepare for some things you got to be nimble. And I won't mention some of the things for privacy reasons, but I know how much was done. So again, we really appreciate it. All right, thank you all. Let's move to the approval of the minutes, September the 13th. Oh, before we do that, I want to thank Councillor Outfit, who chaired the last meeting. There was a few of us missing, including myself and the Deputy Mayor, and Councillor Outfit stepped in as the former Deputy Mayor, and I know chaired the meeting to his usual high standards. So thank you, Tim, very much. It was a very short meeting, so let's see if we can beat that record this afternoon. Approval of the minutes of September 13. Moved by Councillor Stoddard, seconded by Councillor Mason. All those in favor? Opposed? All right, done. Order of business, order of approval, the order of business. I'll go to the clerk first.
We have one additional item today. It is item 18.1 from Councillor Mancini, buyback agreement from Affirmative Ventures Association.
Okay. Everybody's okay with that one being considered today? Anybody opposed? Thank you. Councillor Cuddle, I know, had to leave for a funeral. I don't know if she had spoken to anybody about perhaps, I'll come to that in a sec. But first I'll go to Councillor Russell. He was first on the list. Thank you.
Thank you. I would simply like to bring forward information item 8, the first quarter report, to the next meeting.
I knew you'd do that.
Somehow I thought
I
you
think
might.
we talked about
Yep.
that. That's good. Councillor Morse?
It was a request on the consent agenda, so
Okay.
we're not quite there, I don't think. It was to take item 15.1.1 off consent, please, on behalf of Councillor Cuddle.
So yeah, we're not quite there, but that's fine. We'll do
Yeah.
that. Both of
Okay.
those items are going to come off consent, I
Okay.
think. But Councillor Cuddle just wanted that taken off consent. She didn't want it deferred?
She wants it off consent and deferred. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
and deferred?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I know that she wants to speak to it, and so Councillor Cuddle is asking that we defer item 15.1, take it off consent for the next meeting and defer it. So we're going to have a vote on, is there a second? Do I need a second for that? I suppose I do. Councillor Kent? We need a recorded vote on that, Ian? Or can I go on unanimity? So the motion is to defer 15.1.1 and bring it forward off the consent agenda at the next meeting.
We'll do a recorded vote for that because of the deferral.
Okay, let's vote on that. That motion is carried. So then, the order of business as amended, does somebody want to move? Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Kent. All those in favor? Opposed? We have an agenda. On consent, 15.1.1 is gone. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to take 15.2.1 off consent, please.
So 15.2.1 comes off consent. Now, there is nothing left on consent. Do we still have to vote on it? No. Before we move ahead, I've just been given some information that I find hard to believe, but is it the case that we have 3 birthdays today on council? We have 3 birthdays today on council. Councillor Daigle-Gammon, Councillor Purdy, and Councillor Morse. All the same age, all have their birthdays today on the same day. Oh, here we go.
Happy birthday to you all.
Okay, we're going to need 2 more verses of that. Was there a cake upstairs or something? There was. I missed the cake. Okay. Well, happy birthday, folks. And 3 in one day. Wow. What are the odds of that? That's amazing. So the consent agenda is nothing but consent. Business arising, calls for declaration of conflict, motions of reconsideration, rescission, we have none. Consideration of deferred, none. Notices of table matters, none. Hearings, we have no hearings today. Correspondence, Mr. Clerk.
Correspondence has been received for item 15.1 and 15.2.1. This correspondence has been circulated to all members of council.
Thank you. Petitions. No petitions. Information items brought forward. 14.1, Councillor Russell, the annual workforce report. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I had a look at this report, and the first thing that I noticed is that there seemed to be some items in there that I would have liked to see in there that weren't there. It seemed to paint a little bit of an incomplete picture on how the workforce was doing. So I started at the beginning, and I looked for the HRM's people plan, which is mentioned in the origin, and I was told that we no longer use the term people plan. So I asked about that, and it kept on going. I looked at the demographic information. It included only gender. Since 2017, employees could identify as a member of an employment equity group. Since 2019, employees could provide more specific information. They could say that they were, for example, African Nova Scotian, but none of that data is included. I looked for the union information. The list of unions is mentioned twice, and it is inconsistent, and there was no explanation why. I looked for departmental information, and it wasn't there. I looked for departure information, and the report includes voluntary departures, but it doesn't include involuntary departures. I looked at the turnover rate. We have about 1,300 hires per year, according to this report, and about 200 departures per year. And over 5 years, the workforce has only grown by 200 people. And this didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. So the staff did confirm that the number of hires included both internal and external hires, and the number of departures, of course, only included those who left the organization. I looked at the turnover definition. The report has it listed as the number of voluntary departures divided by the number of permanent employees. I haven't found this definition anywhere else. The closest that I could find is the total number of departures, not just the voluntary departures, but even that doesn't show the right number, since there could be internal hires that wouldn't be counted. So the right number for this report seems to be the total number of hires in a period compared to the number of employees at the end of that period. One thing that I've considered recently was training information. There wasn't anything in the report other than a paragraph describing hiring manager certification. So I asked about training, and I was told that it was tracked by corporate training through attendance records, and that the information was available in the strategic and corporate dashboard, and I couldn't find that. So if that's similar to the strategic performance snapshot, then that's great, except it only shows a point in time, and we aren't able to compare year over year. Following all of this, I talked with a number of other people who know more about this than I do. They came to the same general conclusion that this report specifically needs more information, and we need to get that information to get a good view of how our organization is doing. And the interesting thing is that this report used to have that information. Previous workforce reports contained a breakdown by business unit, not just union group, the number of employees versus budgeted FTE positions, a breakdown by quarter, the percent of unionized staff, the number of external hires, the number of external departures, the average number of sick days per employee, total number of sick hours, the dollar value of that, and the prorated budget amount. And this was both by business unit and by union group. The total number of grievances filed, the total number of active employees, and the number of inactive employees. And we also received the value of the Workers' Compensation Board claims, the trends over the past 6 years, the loss of time claims, and the number of injuries. Accidents were also reported, and loss of time accidents were indicated separately. And so what I'd like to do is see if we could get a supplementary report that includes a lot of that information, and also have that information added to future versions of this report. So with that, I'd like to move that Halifax Regional Council directs the CAO to, 1, prepare a supplemental report that includes the number of involuntary departures, the turnover and retention rates, where turnover is defined as the number of hires in a period compared to the number of employees at the end of that period, the new hire turnover rate, the number of both voluntary and involuntary departures, the number of training programs offered and which are mandatory, the number of training sessions delivered, both mandatory and optional, and the number of mandatory training sessions that are still required to be taken, where training classes are required as a matter of employment, for example, with police, fire, and transit, the number of training classes and the number of new hires as a result, the vacancy rate at the time that the report is created, average overtime per employee, average absenteeism per employee, total number of absent hours, the dollar value of that, and the prorated budget amount, the number of safety incidents reported, and the number of Workers' Compensation Board claims filed, succession metrics for mid-level management positions and above, including the number of ready for candidates and the number of ready in 2 to 4 years candidates. 2, that this information is reported both across the organization and per business unit. And 3, that this information is included in future annual workforce reports. And with that, I move that.
Thank you. Is there a second for that? Second by Deputy Mayor. Let's go to Kelly Hunt, who's here, just for comment on that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kelly Hunt, Executive Director, Human Resources and Corporate Communications. The annual workforce report gives a snapshot of a moment in time, and certainly with the introduction of the Employee Central module of SAP SuccessFactors, we do have additional reporting capabilities, and I would suggest the opportunity for greater data capture, data integrity than we've had in the past. With that said, we are still exploring those reports and how we can then take the data that we've captured from those and present a more complete story relative to our workforce.
All right, thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hard to know what to say with this because it's just coming at me cold right now. And so I'll say, looking at it right now, Councillor Russell, I feel like this is a way detailed motion. It's kind of violating the whole noses in, fingers out kind of approach of a board or a council. And so I would be hard pressed to support this. I think that it's way too prescriptive. But also HR trees into the Executive Standing Committee. And so I think the best place to do this, to give us time to think about it, understand what the issues are, and then formulate a response would be to, I'm going to make a motion to defer this or to refer this to the Executive Standing Committee for further discussion. So moved.
All right, is there a second for that referral? Seconded by Councillor Mancini. That's a referral is now on the floor. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and kind of hard to make, same boat, kind of hard to know what to make of it coming at it cold, something super detailed. I'm just wondering, and maybe it's a question for Paul if he wants to come back, or for Kelly. I don't mean to put her on the spot on this, but was there any conversation about this motion in advance with staff as to what the report could do? I mean, this has the feeling of to me as something that, does council really need to make a motion about this, or is this more something that can be addressed offline just as a conversation piece and could become a motion if needed if the councillor doesn't like the outcome of a conversation with staff? I'm just wondering if there was any homework, so to speak, before this was put forward.
I go to Councillor Russell.
Thank you. To Councillor Mason's point, this isn't directing this isn't directing how something should be done. This is simply directing the information that I would like to see back. The motion is in your screen. I did provide it to the clerk for this morning. So it is talking about the information that I think we would need that had been provided to council. And I'm not sure why it would be reduced. To Councillor Austin's question, I did reach out to staff. I reached out to a number of people and presented a number of questions, which is why I was able to get some of the answers back. And I got those answers back, some of them on Friday. So you're right, there hasn't been a whole lot of information. There was very little back and forth, but I tried. So.
Okay, with that in mind, just to kind of close the point, to me, I mean, I guess I can support a referral back to executive. I mean, I think the next step of this should be more of a sit-down conversation with staff as to what might be possible here, rather than a motion from us. But I can support a referral because it moves the ball elsewhere for that conversation to maybe happen. Thank you.
Councillor, sorry, did Kelly or Caroline wish to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just because part of the question, sorry, Deputy CAO Caroline Blair-Smith, Corporate Services. Part of the comments that you made refer to a historical decision that I made when I was ED for PCIT. So I just wanted to speak to that quickly. The report used to have many, many pages with much data in it, which is what the councillor is referring to. And when I took over that position as ED, I started asking a lot of questions about that data. where it came from, what it was based on, how we got those numbers. And largely, we were pulling a lot of things out of an antiquated SAP system and manually adding things up to do the best we could to provide the best data we could at the time. And I said, no, the data we pull has to be accurate because we are drawing conclusions and making business decisions based on that data. So we cleaned that report out and just put data in there that we were quite confident of, which is why, if you look at the corporate dashboard, you'll see very little on there for HR. As Kelly just referenced, we do now have a much more sophisticated system, and we look forward to being able to provide much more data that we're confident in. We've only had that system live for 90 days, so you can imagine we're still understanding how and what data to pull out of it. So I just wanted to give that context for how the report actually got shaved down. We really wanted to just provide data that actually told a story and something that we could act on versus pages and pages of numbers that we weren't confident in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arthur.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you. That's helpful. I don't see any problem with us sort of wanting this information or needing this information. I've been on boards and I've reported to boards, and they certainly, board members, wanted to know what was going on, particularly if we had a high amount of turnover or high vacancy rates, et cetera, because ultimately the decision on how much to fund and hiring and the size of our staff and whatnot actually comes here, ultimately. So I don't see a problem with us getting this data. I absolutely agree that we'd want it to be accurate data. And if we're in a position to get more accurate data shortly because of the new system, I think that's great. So I'd like a little bit more information, because, whether this needs to be passed, whether this needs to be deferred, or indeed is it moot, because you're working on with the new capabilities of bringing this to us anyway. And I think it would be nice to have this as part of budget discussions as well. Maybe we need to train more, maybe we need to motivate, reward more, maybe we need to hire, et cetera. Sooner or later, it comes down to a money decision. And that kind of data we need. So I would be interested just to see if you think this motion is required, be it deferred or passed, or are we going to get what I think we need to have anyway. That's not phrased a bit awkwardly, but.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I think the majority of the pieces that were identified in the motion will be available in that new system. However, as I say, I think, at this point, we have a very limited amount of time that data has been captured in that new system. So whether or not there would be enough to make it meaningful for decision-making purposes for council prior to this year's budget, I'm not certain that we could say that with confidence.
All right. So just to close off my comments, I agree we need this data. I agree we need it to be accurate. I agree that if it's not ready for this budget season, let's have it for next budget season. But do we need this motion in order to accomplish that? I guess what I'd like to hear from somebody.
Well, let me just say a word on that. Councillor, this will be, if this referral passes, it'll go to Executive Committee, and it'll be the Chair of Executive Committee's problem, not mine, except that I'm the Chair of Executive Committee. But I think that's the appropriate place to have this conversation. Right. And, we can talk about it there, and we can decide if these are the metrics. I can say for years, a lot of information came that nobody ever asked a question on, and never had any information, and but that doesn't mean that it might not be useful on a go-forward basis. So I would support the referral, and we can hash it out and have Ms. Hunt come to Executive Committee, and anybody else that needs to be there and discuss it there. That would be my view.
All right. I could support that too then. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Russell?
Thank you very much. The report came to Regional Council, and therefore that's why I wanted to bring the motion to Regional Council. In response to, we should be able to get the information, some of the information, a lot of the information from the SAP system. This is, what I've asked for here is what I would consider and what a number of others would consider as information in order to make sure that we have a healthy workforce. One of the statements that I regularly have come across is we improve something that we measure. And if we don't measure this, if we don't know the statistics about it, then we would be far harder pressed to improve it. If we talk about it at council, if the report comes back to council, that would be great. If the report comes back to executive, that wouldn't be my choice, that wouldn't be my preference, but I would accept that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you ready for the question on the referral to executive committee? Okay, that'll be referred to executive committee. Next item is 14.2, Deputy Mayor, Community Area Rates Budget and Business Plans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I really appreciate the information and the work that has gone into this report. When I first asked for it, I was having interesting conversations with volunteer community groups who are very confused about HRM's process, about what it was they could spend their dollars on, how the timing from their community group AGMs worked with the budget process, and how that actually set up unrealistic expectations for community groups as they went through their budget planning process and did their AGMs. They thought, hey, we're going to kickstart this new project. In actual fact, it wasn't within HRM's budget, so it was delayed a year, maybe 2 years, depending on when that project actually could get into the park's budget. So I do have a couple of questions, and when I look at the list of what these charges actually can be used for, I'm concerned that we haven't included director's insurance. We know that these nonprofit organizations primarily exist for this area rate. So we want to make sure that those groups are protected. And the other thing that I was surprised about was the listing of sidewalks. And my understanding, as a former president, actually, of our area rate group, was that we couldn't spend it on ROW infrastructure, and we had to spend it only within parks and within parks guidelines. So I'm interested to know a little bit more about that. The other thing I think that people are wondering about, as I look through the list of those groups that are current area rate organizations, some of them are not currently collecting the area rate because they've dissolved. And when a community group dissolves, it's really difficult for them to get back up and running, even though they have a sizable kitty that it would be nice for them to be able to spend. And so what I've been hearing from folks is that it's kind of onerous to go back and set up this nonprofit association because they're not quite clear on what this contribution agreement actually is. I wasn't able to find a template, and I wonder if that should actually be included within this area rate form. I think that the changes to the form are great because it helps people understand their legal liability when it comes to setting up that society, that they have to operate under the Societies Act through the registration with joint stocks. And it also helps people kind of formulate that community group and formalize it so that you've got a chair, you've got a vice chair, you've got a treasurer, and so on. You've set up these regular meetings. But a lot of times I think folks just don't understand, what do they do when the group's dissolved? So that might be something else that we could kind of set forth a, A, B, C, D kind of list of how to go about and become a community group again, because Registry of Joint Stocks says, well, we need the last 3 years of what you spent your money on. The community group is saying, well, I don't know. I didn't even know that we were supposed to be registered. So I think we almost need like a little booklet, online booklet, to help these community groups understand that. But then that takes me to my next point. This is really onerous for staff. There's a lot of staff time that goes into this process. And while it is greatly appreciated by the community groups who are holding these community barbecues and Canada Day events and providing much needed playground equipment, and also going after federal and provincial funding for their parks and the added value to HRM as a whole. We love that. That's great. But I do think that, maybe we need to think about how we can streamline this process a little bit so it's not so onerous for our staff. And I wanted to also ask about procurement, because I understand we want, as a municipality, to abide by the procurement guidelines and ensure that we are setting up our community groups for success when they purchase these playground or whatever it may be. But we have to also keep in mind that these community groups are also wanting to be able to procure products themselves. And so I just wonder if there is an opportunity. It's a lot quicker if a community group goes and gets their 3 bids and buys a new slide, for example. It's actually quite quicker for them to do that, it seems anyway, than it is for the municipality to do that. So procurement. And the other thing, I think when we look at how it is that we can best meet the needs from a communications perspective, I would just like to see a much more robust website to almost as a step-by-step communication tool for those community groups. Because a lot of times they're going to call 311 or they're going to call their counselor, but I think we could have that information readily available for our community groups. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Freeman, I believe.
Yes, thank you very much. Daniel Freeman, Senior Financial Consultant, Finance and Asset Management. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor. I think I have all your points written down here. So going back to number 1, you mentioned project delays. Do you mind elaborating on that point again very quickly?
So there's an expectation from a community group when they have their AGM that is going to move forward into the next budget season, and that, you know, they have committed their funds. They are not fully aware of the fact that HRM Parks has not included that project into the budget planning process, so it isn't actually going to go forward for the next year, even though the community group is saying, but we're paying for the whole thing.
Right, so I think around your point there, I think our biggest opportunity is to improve the communication through the information we provide to these community groups. So I do agree with you that I think there was a lack of information being provided in the past, which led to a lot of the confusion, especially as it related to the process for proposed capital projects. So to address that, I kind of implemented 2 improvements. So one of them being the business plan, which now contains quite a bit of information around what they can and can't spend their money on, but as well what our timeline and approval process actually looks like, or how it works in relation to a capital project. So I think it's important to make it clear to these community groups that when they put these ideas on their business plans and they vote for them at their own AGMs, that's just the start of the approval process with HRM. That's not where it ends. So we'd like to communicate to them that yes, once we receive that idea, it needs to go through the relevant business unit, which is usually Parks and Recreation. And we're also communicating when they need to receive those projects, which is sometime in the spring, so that they have the summertime to do a proper assessment on those projects and whether that they would recommend their approval through the capital budget, which is a list that they prepare in September. So I think being aware of that would help the community groups to understand when they need to have their information to us, how long we need to have it for, and then ultimately when it will go to council for final approval through that capital budget. And then moving on to your second point around director's liability insurance, that is, so the list of things that were allowable expenses provided in the council report was not all encompassing. Director's liability insurance is something that can be paid for through the funds if the association so chooses. It is not a requirement. And then with the sidewalks, that is something that's allowable under the administrative order. So that is something that if a community wanted to come together and purchase sidewalks for their community, which is perhaps in an area that HRM traditionally would not pay to implement sidewalks, that can be done. And the one example that we have of that is Sheet Harbor. So Sheet Harbor has an association where it was specifically formed to pay for the implementation and now the ongoing maintenance of sidewalks. But that's the only one example that we have of somebody actually taking advantage of that. And then your point around the extra funds that remain after a board has dissolved. So there was, the new administrative order came into effect in 2020. And presumably that had been an issue in the past because there was a little part right at the bottom of that administrative order that dictates what we can do with any remaining funding if a board has been defunct and they're not expected to reform. So that allows us to, I can't remember off the top of my head exactly how it's written, but it allows us to, in collaboration, if there is anyone that we can communicate with in collaboration, to spend that funding on something that's of benefit to the community. So we do have an example of that, which was an area rate that existed in Hammonds Plains that is now defunct, but they had quite a bit of funding left, and the decision was made that they would use that for betterments to the community center in that region. So that's an ongoing project right now where that funding is actually being spent on those improvements.
We're at 12 minutes here, folks, so unless there's something else, that's going to end that. If you want to wrap it up very quickly, Daniel?
Yes. Well, I mean, I take your point on website improvements. I think I agree with that there is room for improvement there. And then the last thing I would say are questions around procurement. I would actually direct to my colleagues in Parks and Recreation. They'd be a little bit more familiar with that process there. I'm not sure if they have time to speak today or not.
I think we're going to have to, you know, we have 5 and 3, and we're well past that. So I think any further conversation, the Deputy Mayor can speak to you guys offline, if that's okay.
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I know that what you were going to say was brilliant. I don't want to suggest it wasn't. Thank you, Mr. Freeman. All right, colleagues. Thank you, Deputy. We will move to 15.1.1 was deferred till the next meeting. 15.1.2, Mill Cove Ferry Service. Council, what is your wish? Anybody from Bedford area? Councillor Outhet.
Yes, I'm very unfamiliar with this, of course. But what I'd like to do is, I think there is a presentation, or at least some staff to answer some questions.
I'm not aware of any presentation.
There isn't a presentation? All right, well, we'll ask staff to come down, then certainly there'll be questions. So let me put the motion on the floor then, and then I have some statements that I want to make, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I move that Halifax Region Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer, CAO, to submit a funding application to Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, ICIP, for the implementation of Mill Cove Ferry Service based on the, quote, reduced case investment scenario described in the staff report dated September 20th, 2022. And thank you for that.
Deputy.
So when this report came forward, and thank you for Tricia, we've had some great conversations about this, and I appreciate the communication on this. Obviously, my first reaction, well, this is exciting that this is moving along. My second reaction, like everybody else, is probably sticker shock. And I won't deny that. But I do believe that there are things we need to keep in mind that, for example, I don't see us having to pay for land for this land that was created, the infill that was created in front of my district. Keep in mind that I'm going to start with the positives here, then I'll go pragmatic for a moment. So the positives are, I think we can get the price down by getting some infrastructure and free land and this sort of thing from the province. Secondly, this is just the beginning. This is the beginning of a transformation of how we commute. This will be the first terminal. The second will be at UTEC. The third will be at Shannon Park. The fourth, hopefully someday, David, I know you've talked about this, we'd love to see Burnside tied into this. So imagine what HRM would be like now if we didn't have the Dartmouth Ferry, A, and B, imagine what it would cost to establish it. And I think that's in positive. Keep in mind that we investigated very thoroughly rail Even commuter rail, if we had been able to share the infrastructure with CN, which was my first choice, would have cost more than this to implement, and we would not have controlled it. We would not have, even if we had put down second track through along their land, we would not have controlled when the freight trains went versus the commuter trains, even though we paid to put down the rail, paid to put in the stations, the pedways, et cetera. BRT has been proven again and again not to be viable along the Bedford Highway. It just won't. You cannot do proper BRT along the Bedford Highway. We've seen that report after report, and when we had our friend here, a consultant from Ontario. LRT could happen someday. BRT becomes LRT someday. But when we looked at the cost of that, just the infrastructure alone, just the track, never mind the terminals, never mind the turning around capabilities, et cetera, of LRT, was almost $2 billion. And unless some other order of government comes along and gives us $1 billion, I don't see that happening, but maybe BRT someday becomes LRT. Other cities have received billions of dollars to launch LRT and other things. We're not looking for that. I'd like to, but we're not looking for that. And just remember, keep in mind the costs now of adding lanes, adding buses, converting buses, et cetera, et cetera. So my next state, my realistic state, is that I'm not for a minute going to tell anybody here that this isn't a lot of money. But I am going to tell you that none of the other options we've looked at is any less expensive. And the status quo is not acceptable if we want to continue growing and doing so in a somewhat green way. The main thing I've said from the beginning, be it commuter rail, be it ferries, BRT, whatever, is that I would only support it, even as important as it is to me in my district initially till it expands, unless we had a whole lot of support from the other levels of government. And we won't know if we have a whole lot of support from the other levels of government unless we put through this application. If they come back to us and say, here's 20 million from us and 10 or 20 million from us, well, folks, it's dead. I know that. I won't like it, but it's dead. If they come back and say, here's 3/4, 2/3 of this, then we have a decision to make at that time. And we will have to make a decision at that time on how and if to fund it. My comments to you today are I'd like to see this go forward to the next step with the realistic view. And we got burned this way before one time. We gave the impression that we were going to build a 4-pad rink come hell or high water, whether we had support from other levels of the government or not. And that bit us on the backside, to be quite blunt. I would like this to go forward, but I want the clear understanding to those watching, listening around this table, that we will not, as a municipality, be doing this at 100 million or 200 million or 300 million, doing it unless we get a whole lot of help from the other orders of government. And all indications are that they are interested. So let's not leave that money on the table, potentially. Anyway, that is my hopefully realistic little history lesson and comments on this. Would like your support, but we're going into this with our eyes open.
Thank you, Councillor. I just wonder if Dave Riggi or Patricia Hughes have anything to say on that so far?
No, actually, I don't. That's a very, I think, succinct, collaboration with staff's advice on this, so.
Okay. No, listen, don't feel compelled if there's nothing else to say, right? You know what? We get to a point often where everything's been said, but not everybody said it. So I appreciate what you've... Councillor Mason.
Well, I have a whole bunch of other things to say, but I want to start by saying I would like all staff to take notes of what Mr. Riggi just did and keep that in mind for future use. That was excellent. Thank you very much. So I just wanted to chime in and support what Councillor Outthit just said about cost. This is a lot of money for us compared to past transit efforts, sure. But we knew that the very much a Class D or Class E estimate of the rapid transit proposal that was before council a couple of years ago, ferry and bus included, not including necessarily all the costs of building out all the roads, was $750 million. And we know that that's what these things cost. And I just wanted to say to council, who maybe aren't transit nerds, like some of us are on the table, like just very quickly looking up, the cost of subway underground is $250 to $300 million per kilometer, at grade above ground $150 to $200 million per kilometer, light rail $130 to $225 million underground, above at grade $50 to $60 million per kilometer. That's what rapid transit in cities that are 10 times our size costs. We're edging toward, this is a great day to have this conversation. All Nova Scotia reporting, we had 2.89% growth or whatever it was in population in Nova Scotia. I know that the Halifax Partnership and our staff are digging into that, find out exactly where that is and what the impacts are in Halifax. It's known in planning that growth over 2.1, 2.2 starts to get dangerous and infrastructure falls behind the ability to keep up with that growth. But we know we're going to grow, and if we are going to grow, we need something like this. We need to make these investments. These are the kind of big investments that need to be made to be able to accommodate that kind of growth in the regional center and in the urban core of the city. We're going to need to make similar investments in buses. We're going to have to make similar investment in bus rapid transit, but also conventional buses as we grow. We're going to have to push that farther and farther out as these new greenfield subdivisions that we're getting get built. And we're going to have to look at other alternatives for beyond those boundaries. So, but I think that for the cost is a lot for us, but the cost as far as a rapid transit project goes in a big city is actually not like councillors in Ottawa would be like, we just spent $2.1 billion expanding the LRT. Really? This is a thing for you? So these are things we need to think about. We need to, accept that if we're going to be 750,000 people in a couple of decades, we need to lay the foundation now with projects like this. My question for staff is, and I have a direct question for you, Dave, so unfortunately you can't use that gambit, but it was very good. I want to say that again, is it talks about ICIP money in the report being something that we would apply for. Which pool of money is this specifically? Because one of the things, when the mayor and I went to the announcement for Build Canada PDIF 2 in 2018 at the library, and the mayor spoke eloquently about it, we thought that money would be flowing then. And the feds have committed the money, and we're hoping the province will come and commit the money to a project like this and to BRT. Is that what this funding is, or are we looking at a different tranche of funding? Is this finally we're at the point where we have something it's a do or die, we're going to put it in front of the province, and hopefully the federal money's already committed. We said we'd match it. Where's the funding source for this?
Sure. So good afternoon. Dave Riggi, Executive Director, Halifax Transit. Mr. Mayor, through you to council. So this is the ICIP money. This is the funding that was, it's 47, up to 40% federal, up to 33% provincial, and the rest municipal. So yes, that's where this funding has come from. It's the same pool where the first phase of eBus was funded from.
So just to council, I'll say, so assuming this passes the review at the federal level, we already know there's a very large pool of money there at the federal level for this. It's just a matter of getting that 33% from the province. Not just a matter. That's a matter. That's a big matter that we're going to have to work on. But this isn't Halifax. We're in it for 27%, which is something that I think is a lot more reasonable and something that we can probably accommodate. I wish we could go all the way, Councillor Outhit, and build the all-in, but I think that what staff have presented, yeah, better than all out. Great point. And I think what staff has presented is a moderate, not even a modest proposal. I think it's what we need. So I will support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. The only thing, Dave, I would say is that the ICIP money would be good. There is also the permanent transit money coming down the road in a few years, but there's also green funding, which is separate from the PTIF. I don't want an answer now, but we may need to apply for that as well. Councillor Jacques?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, so thank you, through you to Councillor and Councillor Mason. So I think Dave is correct, but like in any matter that's intergovernmental, the other orders of government will look at funding pools and look at elements of the program. So once we do apply, there are, as you point out, there are other federal, provincial discussions going on about other priorities of the federal government that they want to in which they want to invest in infrastructure. And some of those programs are not defined yet. But as we get through the process, I wouldn't want you to be surprised that some of the funding may come from other sources or other programs. Yep.
100%. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And yes, just wanted to chime in briefly. I agree with what Councillor Mason said. I mean, certainly I had my Fred Sanford moment. It's the big one, Elizabeth, when I saw the stickers, the price. But it's, we're not buying the Porsche and we're not buying the Kia. We're getting the Audi. And I think that is a good, I think that is a fair and responsible path to take. Especially as Councillor Mason points out, the cost of rail. This allows us to use our natural assets, our harbor, and really, concentrate on using that for transportation purposes. So I agree with the report and agree with the path and the reduced case, AKA the Audi, that we're about to vote on. Thank you.
I'm not sure I think it more be a good old GM type product than an Audi, but I've never owned an Audi like the rest of you, so I can't say that. Deputy Mayor?
Thanks. I'm not sure it's an Audi. I don't even know if we know what it would be at this point, because we're just beginning this process. And I think it's really important that we are beginning this process. But I think what I'm really interested in looking at is kind of the social good cost that comes out of this. And I don't know that we've, and this might be a financial question, but I don't know that we've explored the economic theory that comes along with social good and thinking about what the actual cost-benefit analysis is when we put in that social good cost into the equation. Because obviously if this comes to fruition, what we will see is a heck of a lot of vehicles not on the Bedford Highway, not clogging up downtown and Connaught and so on. Instead, what we'll see is really smart public transit and access to public transit for suburban and rural areas that don't currently have access to it. So I do want to continue this conversation with our finance team when we're looking at this capital cost estimate. We also, I think, need to somehow connect this to what we're doing with Halifax and the implications to Halifax and realizing the implementation of that and the social good that comes out of that. And the actual value of that asset isn't just in how much it costs, but it actually is that bigger piece of realizing the implementation of Halifax. So I just wanted to add that, and I thank you for this, and I will support it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Morris?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm one of the councillors struggling a bit with the sticker shock on this, and I guess I'd like to understand what the Audi is all about that we're talking about here. Can you tell me how you came up with the estimates and what prototype vessels we're talking about? Because I thought some of these don't even exist yet. So that's what I'm especially struggling with. Thank you.
Sure. Patricia Hughes, I'm the Director of Planning and Customer Engagement at Halifax Transit. So over the last year, we've onboarded a project management team, and we've undertaken 6 relatively detailed studies and analysis. So one of them was a vessel technology study. It's hundreds of pages long. We've had people working on it internationally, looking at the technology. So it's quite detailed, quite in-depth. The vessels would be 150 passenger vessels with, they would be electric. They're based on, what's available, and the folks working on it know the market really well. There was one launched this summer in Norway, so they're watching, globally. There's been a few launched with smaller capacity, 30 passenger, but for the speed we want and the number of passengers, there is one out there now that's being prototyped, so we're right on the edge of the technology. So it would be 6 of the vessels, some significant onshore charging technology. It also, just a high-level summary, what the cost includes is the Halifax Ferry Terminal would need to be rebuilt. It would still have 2 berths for the Halifax to Alderney and Woodside service, but it would have a new berth for the electric Mill Cove service. And it would be a net zero ready building that's climate change resistant, ready for sea level rise. And then in the Mill Cove side, it would be an access road kind of over the CN tracks, some access around the property, AT connection to the terminal. So the base case in the report includes, AT all around the perimeter of the site and whatnot. So this would just be to the terminal, and it would be a reduced size ferry terminal building there with berthing and a breakwater and a significant marine infrastructure that's required.
Okay, thank you for those details. That's encouraging to know that there's one prototype, and it's in Norway, so they understand winter conditions, and I guess we'll be looking at that more closely going forward. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I support this. I have questions. I want to pick up where Councillor Mason was on the whole funding piece. I mean, I feel like maybe it would be helpful to have an appendix on some of these as they come forward, because I find like every time I almost feel like I have to relearn it all from scratch. So in the report, it references that the province would be it uses the words unlikely to increase their share to the higher cost. Is that based on discussions that we've been having with them? Like, where does the unlikely to increase their share come from? Might be a CEO question, I'm not sure.
Dave?
Sure, I can take first crack at it. So that's based on what they've allocated at this point, what's gone through Treasury, and that's based on discussions at the staff level between ourselves and the province about what they're willing to do at this point in time. Now, as the CAO said earlier, these intergovernmental things can be fluid, but at this point in time, that is our understanding from the staff level at the province.
Okay. If the province doesn't, does that impact the federal amount? Because I remember there was lots of chatter from the feds, unease about the way the infrastructure funding programs were being used across the country, because their expectation was that they wanted to maximize their dollars and have the provinces contribute. So if the province doesn't increase their costs, does that impact our federal allocation?
No, at this point in time, basically the feds will do up to 40% for a project like this, and we have no indication that would change if the province doesn't meet the full 33%. Basically, HRM ends up paying the difference, but we have no indication that the feds would pull theirs back necessarily.
So what are we talking in terms of, like, okay, so if this doesn't go, if the province doesn't offer up more money to reflect the increase in costs, what does that still leave us unallocated in that provincial pot for transit funding that's supposed to be used, largely in HRM because we have the ridership?
Sorry, I was doing a little bit of math here. It's in the $60 to $70 million range. Now, the other thing I would mention as well is that there are other projects. This council will be aware, we've just been awarded the first phase of the Burnside Transit Center eco rebuild. So there's certainly no shortage of other projects out there that we have to put forward.
Okay. I guess where I was heading with that one is the end point, like of, sometimes in our province it can be hard to spend money, I'm just going to say it bluntly, it can sometimes be hard for a provincial government to spend money on Halifax. And a program, certainly the transit piece is one where we've all been anxiously awaiting the call for funding on, and it's taken us years to get here. But it sounds like from what you're saying, we're not in danger of a situation where we might lapse money because the province doesn't come up with their portion for a lack of projects or an unwillingness just to increase it. There are other things that we can submit.
Yes, that's our understanding at the time.
And so then it's just
at this point in time, yes.
It won't be for lack of things submitted, it'll be lack of political will if we don't get the full value out of the federal program. And we'll see where that all lands. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dale Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Happy birthday.
Councillor Austin asked part of the question that I was going to ask. So it does make sense that this is an opportunity not to be lost. And procedurally, it is the right thing to do. We just sent out tax bills, the first quarter tax bills, and people saw that regional transportation cost. And if you live in Windsor Junction or Lemon Hill or Upper Musquodoboit, people are wondering, why am I paying that? And so when this comes, when we see this, if we do, how do, and our deputy mayor, talked about connecting it to Halifax. I think how do we position this conversation in a way that persons can understand why this has value? I mean, we're next year coming into the transit boundary review, so it is phenomenal to have this other option, absolutely. But if you are suburbia outside of the transit service boundary, how do we tell people that there's value there for them? How are we looking at connecting a project of this size to say it supports all of the regional municipality?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to council. It is a good question, and it is a challenging question, and it's kind of getting into the philosophy of taxation to a great extent. I guess the one example transit-wise I could use is that currently the Alderney ferry and the Woodside ferry are both funded from the regional transit rate as well, and likely folks in Hammonds Plains, Bedford aren't going to be making use of those. So it's kind of I totally appreciate it's hard to look at a large budget item like this and try to tie it to each community, but ultimately the regional transit rates pays for projects that ultimately would be kind of spread out around the municipality. And of course, not everyone's necessarily going to use every ferry, but that's the taxation, the transit taxation policy I guess we have right now.
Thanks for that. I guess my point is more about making the connection, not so much about the taxes. I mean, it was an example to use that because it's just so fresh in our minds, right? But it is more about how is transit looking at the entire regional municipality, not even just within the transit service boundary, right? So making it that larger conversation and connecting it, I think that's something that we need some help with, so thanks.
It's also a question directed at ourselves as elected officials if we make these decisions as to how do we make that case. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A super quick question related to the funding piece. Do you know if there's been any discussions with FCM and the Green Municipal Fund? Because Councillor Mason is our rep for the Green Municipal Fund. I know a few months back, and Shannon's not here, me and Shannon had a meeting with one of the reps, and we told them, one, about Halifax, and they knew about it because it's a pretty ambitious plan, but also mentioned the fact of electric ferries, the Mill Cove project, and they were very interested in, because there's no other, from at that time, there was no other municipality who was looking to do a similar project. So for them, that they felt like that would be a great pilot for them in the Green Municipal Fund, and that fund has over $1 billion in it right now for municipalities. So I'm just wondering if that was explored at all, and if not, it'd be great to maybe reach out to Shannon's group, because I know they've been in communication with them, and it might be some funding there.
Certainly, so Mr. Mayor, through you to council. So for this particular project, we haven't really looked at the Green Fund. This one really, so the application deadline that we're kind of up against, November 30th, is for the ICIP. Having said that, we'll certainly dig into that, Councillor, because after this, we're at a point where, we're buying zero emission or low emission buses are all going to be very expensive, more so than a diesel bus, and we need funding partners for those and for the Burnside rebuild and things like that. So we'll certainly take that up, because I think we need to find external funding sources to help out with as much of this as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. Councillor Outfit and I have been talking about this for quite some time, and he knows my position fairly well on it.
Still wrong.
I'm still wrong, he says. Yeah, thank you. So the challenge that I have is one of the challenges is the sticker shock. But that tips the scales. One of the challenges that I have is where the ferry would go. I've seen a number of reports that talk about ferry usage different from rail or bus or other modes of transit, in that if ferry service is used to go in line with transit service that already exists, then there is no actual benefit. If it cuts across where transit is unable to go, then there is a significant benefit. So in the example that Councillor Outhet used earlier, if we didn't have the Dartmouth Ferry, well, the Dartmouth Ferry makes sense because it cuts across the harbor, and that is a place that other transit mechanisms can't go. But to go from Mill Cove or somewhere in Bedford down the harbor where transit already goes, to come down to Halifax and to basically be a parallel of that route. Other studies have shown, other cities have shown that there is no actual benefit to the transit system for that. So it's not just the sticker shock, but that is the second reason, and I'm just not going to be able to support this. So thank you very much.
Okay, colleagues, ready for the question? That motion carries. Thank you. Thank you. 1513 is the purchase order increase for consultant services for the fire headquarters. Council, what is your wish? Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move that Halifax Regional Council approve an increase of $184,295 net HST included to PO 207-083-7342, design consultant services for Halifax Regional Fire Headquarters and new fire station number 8 for phase 1 to Architecture 49 Inc. from project number CB 200014, fire station replacements as outlined in the financial implications section of the report, staff report dated September 20th, 2022.
Second by Deputy Mayor Lovelace. Councillor Kent, anything on it? Councillor Outhet.
Thank you, Mayor. This is another big day for the Northwest region. Obviously, I strongly support this, and thank you for those who brought it forward and seconded it. I do want to get the chief to come down for a moment, because the one little thing that keeps gnawing at me that needs to be declarified. I think we all understand that we need a fire station up in that area to support the incredible growth that we've seen in Hammonds Plains and Kingswood, Lucasville, West Bedford, Larry Utek, et cetera, and the response times that Councillor Lovelace and Russell and I have concerns about it. I know, Chief, you do, that response times for events and whatnot. But this is sometimes still positioned, and we can see this right in the motion, as a replacement or a new Fire Station 8. My understanding is that we need 2 stations in that area, and that Convoy Run will not be closing, will not be moving, and will be serving the growth along the Bedford Highway, the existing Bedford, and this area, this new station, will be at headquarters and, of course, serve those areas that I mentioned and back up other areas. So I just want clarification on this for those, because there's been a little bit of confusion on this in social media and whatnot, too. This is an additional station. This is not replacing Station 8.
Chief?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Yes, councillor, that's accurate. We shared that in a previous report to council on our service delivery that was validated by an external consultant saying we needed an additional station, and that would be additional to the current 8 and the current 9. Having said that, 8 or 9 could move a block or 2 in either direction, but this station that you're talking about is in addition to those current stations.
All right, thank you, Chief. And I don't want to split hairs. It's not my nature, but I just would like the perhaps a comment from our solicitor. Should I be concerned about this motion at all then? Because I don't want anybody to get the opinion down the road that we agreed somehow that this would be a replacement of Station 8. Maybe I'm overthinking this, and that's...
I think the chief is better able to, maybe the CAO.
Well, fair
wants-
enough, but, or should I, okay, fair enough, chief or solicitor,
CAO is
do I
anxious
need
to-
to amend this motion, I guess?
CAO?
Yeah, or CAO, he's good too.
So I'll try to help Ken out here, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So, you know, this is an additional, it's not a replacement. And any future fire stations that are contemplated, and, you know, at some point in the piece, we're going to bring forward a capital budget. And any future fire stations would be recommended within that, right? At this point, we were still looking at a number of factors and looking at the capital budget. We're not ready to come to you yet. We will be before the end of the year, obviously. But you will have a conversation about future fire stations in the context of the capital budget this year, next year, and pretty much every year going forward, right? When you talk about capital and what's happening there, particularly with the growth of, you know, the rapid growth of population we have in certain areas. So we're going to have to adjust our infrastructure, whether it's police stations, fire stations, or recreation facilities, or whatever, going forward as we respond to the growth pressures. And fire's not immune to that.
No, I realize that, and I take comfort in that. Do I need to amend this motion to actually say a new Fire Station 8, which it isn't, and it says this on the new Fire Station 8 as well, so that's not accurate. Do I need to fix this motion?
I don't believe you need to. That's my own view, unless Ken has a different...
I'll get a second opinion from a lawyer there. Sorry.
Yeah, sure. Maybe John has an opinion, but I'm sure he does, but...
John?
Thank you, Chair. Mayor,
This does not do anything with respect to the existing Station 8. The numbering will be what it is, but, you know, in terms of the future plans for the existing station, that will be up to council and the chief as we go forward.
And Chief, you're comfortable with this motion, knowing that you're not losing Station 8? How's that for setting you up?
Thanks. Through the mayor to the councillor, certainly I'm acquiescing to my boss, who has already spoke on this issue, but our data says that Station 8 and 9 are needed in addition to another station. This is the plans to prepare that station to be shovel-ready.
All right. Thank you all very much. I just wanted to make sure. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I was concerned about just the wording of that. Obviously, having a third fire station situated on Hammonds Plains Road makes us very happy. I guess my question is around the strategic planning process that is currently underway for HRFE. And, you know, when I look at this report, I can clearly understand why there's an increase of 25%. This is quite a significant change in scope as well. So it's not just that the costs have increased. We've actually changed the scope to better meet the needs of what it is that HRFE needs and how you need to grow, considering how much we're growing in Halifax West area. So I'm just wondering, you know, when we're looking at the strategic plan currently underway for HRFE, obviously there is some concern whether or not Hammonds Plains will lose our Station 50. And so I'm just wondering if you could speak to that.
Thank you for the question through the mayor to our deputy mayor. Thank you for the question. The plans for this station to include the increase in scope is to build a 50-year asset and try to crystal ball where we'll be in 20, 30 years. So the previous original plans included a 2-bay pull-through station, which really is 4 places to park a truck. But that is what we built in Station 62, which is a much, much smaller area. We are expanding the scope to include, at some point, an additional career crew or possibly additional volunteer trucks as well. But it's also not just a station. It will be the new home for our logistics, which are spread out in 2 locations, our fire prevention branch, which is spread out in 2 locations, and our headquarters. And those all have vehicles as well, some of which would be better suited to be inside a bay, like our rehab unit that might have all kinds of equipment. So the intention is to build for future growth, current needs in those other branches, and to supplement the response needed not only in 50 and further down in Tintallan, but also Station 7's area, obviously Station 8 and 9's area as well. So this would be the first build of an urban station, what we call an urban station, in anybody's recent memory. So this is trying to create a new footprint outside of the headquarters addition to what will become a future urban build, kind of like what we did for Station 62. So the urban footprint that has been identified in the census says that Station 50 is right on the tipping point for our EFF requirements as well. So this would be needed in addition to 50.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Ready for the question, colleagues? That's carried. Thank you very much. We will go to 1514, amendments to Halifax Municipal Planning Strategy and Halifax Mainland Land Use Bylaw, West of Wall Street Study Areas, Main Avenue, Titus. Councillor Morris, perhaps?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So you've read the motion. I just would like to speak to this briefly then? Or should I need to put the motion on the floor, sorry. I move that Halifax Regional Council give first reading and schedule a public hearing to consider the proposed amendments to the Halifax Municipal Planning Strategy and Halifax Mainland Land Use Bylaw as set out in attachments A and B of the staff report dated September 21st, 2022.
Second, Councillor Mason. Go ahead, Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. First of all, I'd just like to thank staff for the report on this. They stepped in about 6 months ago to pick up this report, and anything related to Dutch Village Road, I've learned, is quite complicated because this was at one time an old farming community, and the road was very windy and twisty, and none of the lots really line up in a systematic way. So bringing order to that is very difficult, and I'd just like to thank Kasia and Dali for their report. For some context on this for my colleagues, I'd just like to remind them that a few years ago, the United Way did a study of the Dutch Village Road area and found it was the second lowest income neighborhood in HRM. And so there are a lot of needs in this area. And what this report is recommending is a significant upzoning and higher density housing, as well as making the area a more functional commercial street. So I think the higher density housing makes a lot of sense in this area, but my concern is that there's no ability to have density bonusing here. It's Dutch Village Road is one block outside the regional center, and so it's excluded from those considerations. And we do have a density bonusing report coming to council in November. And so what I would request here today is if we could defer this, if we could have a supplemental report that would look at the application of density bonusing to these zoning changes for Dutch Village Road to see if we could get more community benefits in this area and not put this forward today. So that's my request to council. I look forward to your comments.
Seconded by Councillor Oathett.
I'm just working on the wording of the motion right now. The motion was to defer item 15.14 pending receipt of a supplemental staff report, and I'm just adding the additional language right now. I'll put it on the screen.
Councillor Oathett.
This discussion just led to something that I've been meaning to ask, and perhaps it's closely related to this, I think, because we're talking about density, bonus density, affordable housing. So either the lawyer or CAO, sister or CAO, where are we? The province gave us permission going back almost a year ago now, I think, to start doing inclusionary zoning. Where are we, which would apply to all areas of HRM, I would hope, where are we with coming forward with what we need to do, the report and legislation to actually implement that? Because this might be an opportunity for this.
So Kelly Dente's coming forward?
Oh, sorry, I didn't see Kelly, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of council. Kelly Dante, Executive Director of Planning and Development. It's a work in progress. We had hired a consultant to come up with some recommendations, so it's working its way through the process. So I actually had a conversation with staff earlier this morning to get an update, so I think we'll be in front of you relatively shortly to give you a framework for consideration, and we can go forward from there. It will be a variety of options, I believe. It's not necessarily going to be a one-size-fits-all, because context matters. So, but yes, we're definitely working on that, and it'll come forward shortly.
So in theory, is it safe to say that in 2023 we will have some options, of course, if it goes well at council, we may have some inclusionary zoning options passed and ready to implement? Is that the objective?
I think that's a fair statement, yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Kelly. I can support a deferral because I think the answer is this can come back with, will require a reinstatement on the one street with a sidewalk, and will require a reinstatement on the other street with a sidewalk and a bike lane. And that Councillor Cleary said in a message earlier to me that we've done this before. We required density bonusing in the Willow Tree, for example, outside of any other framework other than council would like to see that happen. So I feel like it's reasonable for us on a case-by-case basis, and especially in a critical place where the pedestrian infrastructure needs work, like the heart of Fairview, for us to ask that be included as a requirement while still moving forward with the much-needed units and density and not slowing that down over much. But I think both those questions need to be answered at the same time. So if that's what you're hearing this is asking for, then I can support that. Is that what, am I reading this right? How long will it take to get this back, I guess, is the question I should ask you more very pointedly and directly.
Okay. Well, if I understand the request, it's let's not finalize something that's in motion and potentially lose out on the option of density bonusing. So it's really about aligning what's coming forward, not necessarily looking at something custom.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just the way this is, these two different areas here that we're looking at in these two cases, and this is first reading to go to a public hearing. So if we were to just go ahead, we then do lose that opportunity. We can't incorporate something after the fact, because as our solicitor likes to point out, once we go to a public hearing, we've told the public what we're asking them to talk to us about. We will have changed that and therefore have to do another one. So. And I hate to ask for timelines, but I do know, and Councillor Mason and I were talking about this earlier, when we did the Willow Tree, we ended up with a formula for that particular property that was like probably 2 or 3, I think it was almost 3 times more money than we got in the final formula of center plan. So, careful what you ask for if you want to go faster as a developer. But it was something you guys brought back to us. I think it was like 2 months. It was around there. Anyway, it was pretty quick because we had already been working on the density bonus formula for so long, even though it did change to the final version. And it sounds like you're pretty close, coming to us in November possibly on a density bonus formula outside the urban core. And in this area, obviously, there do need to be infrastructure upgrades. And when I look at both of these areas, particularly Westerwald, it is a mix of like a fairly new building that's high density, a smaller building next to it that is kind of low, medium density, another sort of duplex, quadplex across the street, and then a couple of single-family homes. So it's a bit of a mix of stuff, and so it could impact. I don't know who the property owner for every single property is, but it could impact people differently depending on how we actually go ahead with whatever formula we come up with. Maybe they will develop, maybe they won't, I don't know. And so when you look at this, in your sense, because you also mentioned trade-offs, so if we do inclusionary zoning, we say to you, you must include a X percentage of, it then may either be redundant or in fact kill whatever benefit we get if we have a density bonus and inclusionary zoning, because then we're saying carrot and stick. If you want extra, you got to pay us. Oh, but by the way, you also have to include 10% affordable housing, and there's nothing. So, I mean, in this particular area, in your professional judgment, can we reasonably quickly, a couple of months, come back with something that works in these areas? Because you know these areas better than I do. It's not even my district. So I'm just kind of wondering what advice you would give to us on sort of go now, go later, incorporate this as a dichotomy that we have in front of us.
Kasia Totter, Principal Planner with Community Policy Program. So through the Mayor to the Councillor, I believe if I understand the draft proposed motion, the Council wants to defer it to return when we come back with the interim bonus zoning program, and maybe not necessarily inclusionary zoning, because the interim bonus zoning program was initiated through regional plan review, and this one is fairly close. I think we can come back, within a month and a half or so. The inclusionary zoning program will be, and that one our initial thinking is will only apply to plan amendment applications such as those ones here. And then the inclusionary zoning, I think, is a little bit further away, and I think they will address how do they overlap with bonus zoning, which one comes first, whether it's scale of project. So I feel like we can come back fairly soon and base it on the interim bonus zoning program versus the inclusionary zoning.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that.
Thank you. I have one question too. I don't know if it's for Councillor Morris or for staff, but is this amendment proposal going to make it easier to get building done quicker or harder, and for bonus height? And Councillor Morris can maybe try to answer that, because it's her, she's written it. Yeah, Councillor Morris.
Thank you. I think it would be a missed opportunity to go forward today, because within a month or two, we would have the opportunity to create more affordable housing through this zoning than we can do today. Because we have this report that's very close, and this is a neighborhood that's under a lot of pressure. There are a lot of renovictions going on. People have tremendous pride and attachment to the neighborhood, and people, I feel, are being displaced. And I would really like to see some options for creating affordable housing and benefits for the community. And another month or two, I think, would make a big difference.
Okay, we need affordable housing. I'm all in on that. We need housing as well. That's the other part of it, that we need housing. We saw today that if the numbers I saw in all Nova Scotia are true, and they haven't been, I haven't checked them out, we need a hell of a lot of housing. So, all right, thank you. Councillor Clary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow up on that point, so it's only bonus if, sort of you have in mind, this is what you can have, and then we're going to give you more, and you give us money to get that. So when we did the center plan formula, I mean, let's call it for what it is, it was a development tax, because we already said this is how big you can have it. And then once you get over this much, you start paying the density bonus. And then as you get closer, you pay more of the density bonus. And so it could be lots of money, but we didn't actually give more rights. We already had those massing models in place. And so it's just bear in mind that if you add the density bonus, which I think is a good thing, so in the urban core, we are getting that money and we are giving it to organizations for affordable housing. But unless you have and this is where the two things, density bonus and inclusionary zoning, work together, because if you don't have some sort of right of people to stay or have affordable housing in a particular development, the added costs that we pile on mean that gets more expensive, which means you probably have to bring it to market or higher than premium kind of rents. Then you have the extra money to give back to us to give to poor people for housing. And so this is that weird thing that we're trying to get right in the middle of a housing crisis. It sounded okay 4 or 5 years ago when we were coming up with this and we weren't seeing the displacement and the rent evictions that we see today and the vacancy rates of less than 1% in many areas. And so we're in this weird position where we want people to be in their places, but we also need more units. And the most environmentally friendly way to do that is for densification in already serviced areas to happen. Problem is people live in those service areas. And so you kick them out for a period of time, you build new stuff, but you want to make sure they come back, provided they have a place to stay in the interim that's affordable. And so this is the quandary we're in. So I don't know, and that's why I'm waiting for the supplementary report, and I'm glad it's only going to take a month or two to come back, because we may get it back and go, is this really going to work? Is this going to give us the affordable housing in the short term, medium term, long term that we're looking for in that neighborhood, in that area? So that's the trick. Challenge to you guys, obviously. But it's a challenge I think we all need to acknowledge and work towards affecting positive change towards. So I will support the supplementary report because it is a short-term delay. It will give us the information we need, and hopefully we can make it work for the neighborhood and for HRM as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, so the motion that was on the floor is being, I don't know, if it's very quick, you've had two, so go ahead. We have the amendment, don't we?
Does everybody have the amendment then?
Should be on the screen.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So it's a deferred pending receipt of a report on zoning options and inclusionary zonings for the area. So that's what we're voting on? We're all ready for the question? That passes. All right, colleagues, why don't we take a quick break and come back at 3:30? It's our intent to push through tonight on this agenda so we'll come back and then we'll go until, unless it goes crazy long, then we'll finish up today, this afternoon. 3:30, colleagues, 12 minutes, just 12 minutes, 3:30. All righty, we're back. We will go ahead, colleagues, with item 15.1.5. This is the amendment to the MPS, Municipal Planning Strategy. This is an acronym-free zone for planning districts 14 and 17. This is in Ingram Drive, Fall River. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
I'll put the motion on that the Halifax Regional Council give first reading to consider the proposed amendment to the municipal planning strategy for planning districts 14 and 17 as set out in attachment A of the staff report dated September 21st, 2022, and schedule a public hearing with Northwest Community Council.
Second that.
Second, Councillor Hensby. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
So this really is a motion of procedure to be able to allow the public hearing on this site that is going to be muchly anticipated by the community.
Okay. Well and vaguely stated. All right. Nothing else? Councillor Daigle-Gammon, you're good? Ready for the question, colleagues? That's carried. Thank you. Item 15.1.6 is a first reading on business opening hours in residential neighborhoods. That must be Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor. Lost track where I am. There we are. I move that Halifax Regional Council give first reading to bylaw B800 respecting business opening hours in residential neighborhoods as set out in attachment A of the staff report dated September 23rd, 2022.
Second, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Mason.
This is also muchly anticipated in the community. It really is. That's an excellent word, and I think we should use it all the time. I look forward to if there's any questions from council, but simply put, there's a kind of a historic corner store use that was designed for pharmacy and grocery in these residential neighborhoods, hard up against single-family homes and small apartments next to schools. And recently, they've started some of them being open later and later in a way that can be quite disruptive to the community, especially if they're serving pizza and have a lot of folks coming back from downtown congregating outside eating said pizza. So this is a move to kind of bring the operating hours in line with the kind of requirements we put in a development agreement when we're doing mixed housing use and similar things like that. It's not really an issue in other zones because the grocery and pharmacy definitions were clearer than were in the old MPS and LUB in Halifax, so this simply wouldn't be allowed anywhere else. So looking for your support on first reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is one of those cases where it only takes a handful of people to ruin it for everyone. And so we had to bring in a whole bylaw just really to deal with a handful of businesses. So because it really does only affect a small number of businesses, and this is a different bylaw relative to our land use bylaws. So if I just hope their staff here can talk to this. I'm trying to remember who wrote the report. Andrew Faulkner wrote the report. I don't know if it's Andrew here or someone else from planning here. Oh, I see Andrew. So because this is not in the land use bylaw, this is in a separate bylaw, there's no legal non-conforming here. If you're one of these businesses, this becomes law. We then send someone to you and say, hey, here's the new hours. Warning, you have to comply with this. So talk to me about, and maybe our solicitor can remind me, so we have our first reading now, second reading would come in the next month, approximately. When do we anticipate, if this passes, bylaw officers that could show up at, for example, AAA or some other place and say, hey, you can't be open now. Your new, was it 11 p.m.? Your new hours are 11 p.m.
Mr. Mayor, through you to council, so once a bylaw has, a general application bylaw such as this has received second reading and been advertised, then it's in full force and effect. So it would be following that point.
So within
about 2 weeks of second reading, I would expect, if not sooner. Yeah.
Okay. And so I guess to staff, maybe it's too early at first reading, but, plan of action, how do we go and deal with those folks to make sure that they're on board and we don't have non-compliance?
Thank you. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm not very familiar with the central plan in regards to the definition of established residential areas. I'm just kind of curious, as the areas get developed, I'm thinking of the situation where in the past, the Blues Corner got shut down because the hotel, motel, or whatever the condominium building across the street closed down because of noise complaints. The restaurant and the bar was there before the building. Now I have a situation where you got Pizza Corner and you got all these residential buildings being built around it. Will those residential buildings become considered established residential areas, and can they make a complaint against the Pizza Corner? I'm just kind of curious in regards to comparison, in regards to an established neighborhood, residential neighborhood. Just want to make sure is what the definition is.
Thank you. I'm not sure if... Yeah, we do have somebody making their way to the desk, and I'm sure Councillor Mason might have thoughts on it as well. Go ahead.
Kasia Tota from Planning Development. So through the mayor to the councillor, worked with Andrew a little bit on the report, so we're kind of tag teaming here. So in this case, I wouldn't say that there would be new residential buildings going up, because these are businesses that are well embedded in existing established residential, mostly on the peninsula, actually, not even Dartmouth. So I wouldn't see it. I think they came after residential areas, so I wouldn't see it being similar, and they would still be able to operate. It's just not till after 11 p.m.
And just that as we see with so much development going on in the peninsula, we see these established residential zones eventually getting bought out and redeveloped. So would the bylaw be applicable to the territory even though the buildings may be new? Like, does the bylaw only apply to existing established residential areas, and as those areas disappear and get redeveloped, the bylaw will no longer be applicable in that same area?
Again, through the mayor to the councillor, yes. So there's no map in the bylaw. It just refers to the zone. So if there is a rezone, in this case, it would have to be plan amendment application. So in this case, it would not apply to those areas.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mason, unless you want to close?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to close briefly, so it's not about any one business. I want to be clear. There was one that was the first one to stay open late, but then there's the one right across the street started doing it, and there's rumors of others in the zone that would do that. So it's about keeping that from spreading throughout the peninsula. There's also an issue where the ER zone now, as adopted, this is a legacy of the old bylaw and the old LUB. So the ER zone now in the center plan, in the regional center land use bylaw, you can put commercial within set parameters, but it's by development agreement, which allows you to control the time of day in the development agreement. It's not automatic. So this is an issue to do with legacy businesses and a way to deal with an issue where several times a year we have so many people congregating after 1 or 2 in the morning that the police have to be called because the street has been blocked, right? So in a residential neighborhood, not great. I will also say, just because of my music background, the people who closed the Blues Corner were the Liquor Commission, not the HRM, pulled their entertainment license because they were disturbing the quiet enjoyment of the residential neighborhood, which is something I think that the changes we made to the Argyle Street zone in the land use bylaw, or in the noise bylaw, would keep from happening from our side. Still a potential risk from the Provincial Liquor Control Act folks. Anyway, I asked for your support. My residents will be deeply happy to see this move forward. Let's get it to second reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clary.
Just to address Councillor Hensby's concern, so in the urban core, when you look at the regional center zones, established residential is an actual zone. So you've got established residential 1s, 2s, and 3s. And so it would, and in fact, when you look at the bylaw, clause 3, it talks about the established residential 1, established residential 2, and established residential 3 zones. And so you can have what he's referring to, I think, is corridor zones or center zones where you can actually have residential, mixed use, commercial residential. This is in those zones that are specifically zoned established residential. So it's not kind of an airy-fairy, well, that's residential, that's commercial. That's the name of the zone, so that's what it applies to. So you'd have to change the zoning in order for it to apply or not apply. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you. Councillor Stoddard.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question. Where this is the first reading, does this qualify for a public hearing? Sorry?
Once we finish first reading, then it goes to public hearing.
Okay, just wanted to confirm. Okay.
Who wants to take that one? Kasia?
Through the mayor to the councillor, just based my experience with other general bylaws, like the noise bylaw, council could call for public hearing, but typically it's not required, so only second reading.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for the clarification.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues? That motion carries. Thank you, Councillor. Next on our agenda, coming out of Community Planning and Economic Development Standing Committee and Heritage Advisory is potential heritage resources on university campuses. This was taken off consent. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council initiate a process to research and evaluate potential heritage properties identified in attachment A and B of the staff report dated August 4th, 2022, collaborating as appropriate with the specific university for consideration for registration as municipal heritage properties in accordance with the Heritage Property Act and Bylaw H200, the Heritage Property Bylaw. Thank you.
By who second? Councillor Mason. Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Councillor Mason. So I did take this off consent because I do have a friendly amendment that I would like to add to this motion. I didn't go to the university. I didn't go to Dalhousie. I went to Mount St. Vincent University. I found this report really interesting as it went through the various different iterations of motion. The initial motion back in 2019 led council down the path of looking at educational institutional policy. The motion that we have in front of us isn't necessarily about policy development. It's more about actually looking at those uses of those buildings from a heritage perspective, which I have no problem with. What I think is missing from this motion is the context overall of community planning. So when we look to, I'll use the term pigeonhole, a building from the perspective of heritage planners, we haven't looked at the grand use of that space and of those buildings and of that land from a community planning perspective. And while we do see universities encroaching upon very residential communities, and certainly there's a lot of conflict that happens with that, this isn't necessarily going to mitigate that, and it certainly isn't going to address the conflict that comes from the lack of student housing. And so the universities, Dalhousie in particular, and I only know this because I worked there, and had a project looking specifically at the buildings owned and managed by the Faculty of Health, including the Forest Building, and looking at ways that we could adapt them to better use of that space for students, for employees, and also thinking about better ways to have that space from an accessibility perspective. What came back, of course, is the huge cost that's involved in this. And so when I look at this motion, I'm a little bit concerned of the huge cost to our resources in looking at all of these buildings and itemizing these buildings, when in fact I'd like to see a little bit more of a collaborative approach. And so when we think about some of the work that's been done over time at Dalhousie in particular, they have spent over $21 million in the last 10 years. We know that they're going to spend another $26 million in the next 10 years from a capital investment in these buildings. The report does not address what we mean by exceptional heritage buildings. the term is used throughout the report, but we haven't actually looked at what the criteria are for exceptional. But I think all of us can agree what an iconic building is, like the Forest Building, like the Hicks Building. Those are absolutely, the Magic Building. Those are totally iconic buildings. But the two-story, formerly residential buildings, I wouldn't necessarily call them iconic. So here is my suggestion, colleagues. I have what I believe to be a friendly amendment, so that at the end of this motion, I would suggest that the process is to include consideration of long-term preservation goals that balance the need for future university growth with the preservation of iconic historic buildings. Thank you, Councillor Purdy. And the reason, as long as everyone agrees that it's a friendly, yeah, we're good, okay. And so,
Let's just, because a friendly amendment, so is it a friendly amendment? Whose determination is that it's a friendly amendment or not? Because if it's up to me,
I don't see it as friendly.
okay.
because the mover made the amendment, so.
I'm the mover.
I think we need to vote on the amendment. That would be my sense.
Okay. So can I speak to it?
Let's, Ian?
I was confirming this is going to be an amendment. We are starting a new
Yes.
click-in. We have a mover and a seconder for this as a true amendment
Yeah,
now.
thank you. Go ahead, Deputy.
Thank you. So I would like to speak to this because one of the things that we're very concerned about is the lack of housing for students. Dalhousie University in particular have, well, roughly 62% of all students coming from out of province and needing housing. And that, of course, creates a huge issue within the market overall because those students are then taking housing that could potentially be actually housed at the university in residence. And so we know that St. Mary's and Dalhousie, various other universities are struggling with getting student housing, probably because of the cost and so on. But what I'm suggesting is that we have a much more collaborative process with the universities to determine which buildings should we actually be looking at. First and foremost, what are the priorities? And how can we balance the growth not only of population in Halifax, but also the growth of the universities, and ensure that we are preserving the iconic historic buildings. Thank you, colleagues. I look forward to the conversation.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't see this amendment materially changing since the main amendment, the main motion, because it already has the word collaborative approach, and we're not actually doing first reading on a heritage registration. We're just starting the process of investigating what should be registered or not. So, I mean, because I am a nice guy and don't want to fight all the time, I'm just like, yeah, sure, let's just add it and move on. But I don't think it changes anything. I'm just going to say that to council. I can say what I was going to say in the main motion now, and just say, there's two separate discussions, what I'm hearing from the deputy mayor right now, and what we all heard from Dalhousie when they talked to us. Dalhousie wants to do housing and has all sorts of things that they want to do, and I get that, but they actually have tons of empty land that's currently parking on Sexton campus and Upper Campus. The old social work building, parking lot between the Dunn and Howe Hall, the spot where the education building used to be on Alumni, right by Wickwire Field, and all the stuff behind the library that they got between the old tower and of the infirmary and the library. And in addition to that, and it's something that was brought up by staff when we talked about this at CPED, in the center plan, they've gone from 3 and 4 and 5 story height limits to, in some cases 8, 10, and 20 story height limits by right on their sites. So then the question is, so I think they have adequate space to talk about their immediate and medium-term needs, in my opinion. And then the second question is, are we going to allow them to rezone ER2 or ER1 that's on Edward Henry, Lamarchant, and Seymour, and maybe allow them to rezone up to Oakland or Dalhousie or Carteret around Dalplex or any of that stuff? That's a big, different question, right? The minute they start talking about moving their footprint off their existing site, we haven't had that conversation. And that's, in my opinion, immaterial to a heritage registration. The heritage registration is about, are we going to live the values that we're charged to do, our duty to uphold our part of the Heritage Property Act. And I read this in CPD. I'm going to read it now. The purpose of the act is to provide for the identification, designation, preservation, conservation, protection, and rehabilitation of buildings, public building interiors, structures, streetscapes, cultural landscapes, areas, and districts of historic, architectural, or cultural value in both urban and rural areas, and to encourage their continued use. And so, to me, I think this process is going to roll out, and we'll see if those two-story buildings are all going to get registered. But just like the one on Edward, if Dalhousie wants to tear them down, right now, all they're allowed to do is build a house there with 3 units or put a grass field. They can't even use them for ancillary parking. And they asked us if we would upzone those during the center plan process, and we said no, and that did not happen. So there's a piece there where until they've built out the rest of the campus, I'm not convinced. We haven't had the community discussion yet. That's not what's in front of us today. And then there's, will heritage mean they can't build what they need to build? And I would say, you know, on those core essential buildings on the list, the Cobb building, the original Public Archives building, the Forest building, which was built at the same time as the City Hall building, the Andrew Cobb, based on the University of Virginia campus plan around the quad, including the Studley Gym, which Dalhousie wants to tear down, but I think is actually very historic and important, the old chemistry building, the old science library, the old Dal Law building. These buildings should be protected. And Dalhousie has said, we're good stewards of heritage and we take care of those buildings. I'm like, good, so it shouldn't be a problem to register them. And I want you to look around, colleagues, look around this room and think about this building. This building is a registered federal, provincial, and municipal heritage building. It's hard to say that it hasn't been adaptively reused over and over again over the last 100 years, the same age as the Forest building. Most of that lower campus, by the way, and I think some of the Andrew Cobb, they've got it back to the outside walls and poured in concrete floors and walls. Like there's not, I don't think there's anything on lower campus that's the original inside. It's just the outside that's maintained. So I feel like we need to move this conversation forward. We need to consider registering those buildings. It is not necessarily given everything on that list will be registered, and I accept that. But and as I said at CPED, you know, Dalhousie has called all of us and talked about how they want to have a collaborative approach. And I said at CPD, I called Dalhousie in December and tried to have that collaborative approach with them and was rebuffed, right? So we will continue to have that discussion with them in this process one way or another, but it's not like we haven't been trying to have that conversation with them in the past. So I encourage, whether, you know, support the amendment or not, doesn't matter, but we've got to keep moving this forward. And I think there's some really important heritage at that site that needs to be registered. I will note, I'm just up on time, but I'm going to say we haven't had the same concerns from the other universities that are impacted, and in fact AST and I think King's are quite comfortable now with these with this proposal. So ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I'm not going to support the amendment because I don't really think it adds anything to this process. So as Councillor Mason mentioned, you know, I too was reached out to by Dal, and in my response back, I said, if you're willing to have a conversation with give and take, I'm happy to sit down and talk. But if all you want to do is tell me don't go ahead with registration, I'm not interested in the meeting. Guess what? They never called me back to set up a meeting. All they want to do is stop registration. That's it. They don't want to collaborate. So there's no collaborating with a group of people that don't want you to do what you're trying to do. In terms of student housing, if I recall from the list, I think Sheriff was the only one at Dow that had any students in it. 2 buildings at King's, I think, might have had some students, and none at St. Mary's. McNally's entirely admin, classrooms, hall, et cetera. So student housing has nothing to do with this. And in fact, registration provides more flexibility. We talk about adaptive reuse. And we have our heritage planners here who could talk to this. If a property owner wants to register a building, they can then begin a discussion with us about adaptive reuse and say, well, we would also like to do this and this and this on the property, you know, add student housing in the back, put up a 20-story building. Absolutely, that's part of the discussion we can have with them. Look at the stuff we're already doing right now with Victoria Hall, for example, on Gottingen Street. Elmwood. You know, the hotel, the apartment building, moving it over, putting up a building beside it. If Dow was actually, and this is one of the things that boggles my mind about the folks who are currently running Dow. If No, listen, I had great relationships with Tom Travis. There's folks who've been president in the past. But the current administration, and I'm saying it to them right now, if they're watching, I doubt they are, they're not really great at working with us. So we need to register these buildings. Some of these are incredibly important buildings. Think of the Tons building. The McNally building is not terribly new, but has an amazing history for a building built only, 70-odd years ago. And so going forward with this, all we're doing is saying, go do the research. Go find out. All we have right now is kind of the names of the buildings, maybe some information on the architects, but we need more than that in order to go ahead with this. In terms of which buildings, the question was asked, which buildings should be registered? Well, we have to follow the Provincial Heritage Act, first of all, and we have our own policies and bylaw around heritage properties and the money that we can give out, the DAs that we can do. So, in terms of which buildings is dictated by the provincial law and our own policies around how we go about doing that. So again, there's not much point in collaborating with a group of people that don't want to collaborate. And two, it's not like we can say to them, oh, by the way, the Provincial Heritage Act and our policies say these ones should be preserved, and they go, oh, but we don't want them. Well, then we're not actually collaborating because they're going against what we have to follow. So I think the process will be fine if we go ahead with the motion as it was presented in the staff report and on our agenda, without talking about, collaboration, student housing, which isn't related to this, and which buildings is already dictated by our own policies and provincial law. So, again, I don't see it as necessary. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One nice thing about following Councillor Cleary is I think I'd be hard-pressed to say anything in my notes that would make me the bad guy now. I know I agree with some of what Councillor Cleary had to say. When I think about the universities, for by and large, they have been pretty solid stewards, right? You look at Dal's original campus, you look at King's, they have taken care of their heritage assets pretty well. I remember as an undergrad at King's, my residence room looked over the big pit, which is now the new academic building, right? And I remember being impressed, even as a young guy who didn't know anything about heritage buildings, that they were putting actual stone. They had stone workers on there putting that first level in actual stone, which, you don't see that. You see people bring in a piece of cladding, right, and stick it on, right? It's generally what it's done with modern construction. So I think the universities have been good stewards. There is the but. And the but that comes to my mind is Bethany House over at SMU, right? Assuming that just because something is owned by a university and is historically important, that it will remain, we've got the proof in the pudding that that's not always how things are going to play out. So, as I described it when I met with Dal on this, for me, I don't have a problem with us doing registration because I don't see what's so wrong with trust but verify, because that's really what I think this is all about. So Councillor Cleary already hit on the heritage incentive piece, and this is the huge irony of the zoning right now, is the houses that the Dalhousie's been acquired, if they did actually register them, there'd be more zoning rights under those properties than exists now. That's where we've seen with some of our developers, they've actually gone out seeking registration of properties because it gives you much more than you otherwise would get out of them. I don't necessarily think that every single wooden house that Dalhousie owns needs to be a heritage building, but I think, there's a process to play out to take a look at that. That's the goal of this. And I think my advice for Dal and for the others is, the importance of having a campus plan and a publicly identified campus plan has never been clearer. If council considers the registration of each individual building that comes forward. So if there's a plan that says, look, we don't want you to register the building because we're going to do this amazing, wonderful thing on this site, well, then that's something for us to think about, right? So I think some of it really needs, the university needs a very solid plan for what their next future is going to be, and then they need to be communicating that out to us. And we can then consider that as we weigh the various competing public goods around these things. So the last piece I would note is, whether it's collaborative or not, whether it's attached to this, I mean, the reality is, as we're seeing more and more, third parties can seek registration on any one of these buildings at any time, and we're obligated to consider those under the Heritage Property Act. So I'm okay with where this goes. I hope that staff and the universities can spend a fair bit more time talking it out, because I think this is going to be a long process to play out. And I don't think we are quite as far apart as it might seem by some of the positions that people have dug into on both sides of this. So that's where I am. I'm okay with what's in front of us. I think I'm okay with the amendment. I'm kind of where Councillor Mason is. I think the discussion piece about whether or not every single building that the university has that's, more than 60, 70 years old needs to be heritage, I think that's on an individual building point rather than, at this kind of overall motion point. So I'm okay with where we are. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Austin, you said trust but verify. It's the first time in 6 years I've heard you quote Ronald Reagan. At this council. I await with bated breath for Donald Trump pieces of wisdom to come down the pike from you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I certainly am supportive of the addition to the motion, whether it's friendly or not, whether it's an amendment or not. I think that we just had a significant conversation around a report that came through Councillor Russell around what maybe should have been part of a bigger motion. We often do that. It's our job here to convey not only to staff but to the public where our intentions are going in relation to some of this. So I think it's more than appropriate. What I'm struggling with, and perhaps I'll get in trouble with Councillor Cleary, but I don't think it's appropriate to sit here and actually kind of condemn any administration of any particular year. The challenges are different with every administration that comes forward in a university. The need for housing for students is part of the larger picture of housing for the municipality, within the municipality. So it's not unreasonable that those kinds of things have good dialogue. We also need to, articulate to our public and to the universities that these pieces of their pressures matter to us. We know it does. We continue to talk about the need for housing. Our residents talk about it every single day, and many of them are university students or grandchildren of people who are trying to come into town to do their education. I do think as well, Councillor Mason, you spoke of why perhaps we didn't hear from the other universities. Let's face it, folks, of this list, 43 properties, 35 are Dalhousie. And I do think that it's important for us to acknowledge the stewardship that they have shown over the years. My councillor mate here, chairmate, he noted to me that apparently this used to be part of the Dalhousie campus at one point. This is a long-standing tradition for that particular university and others that are protecting. Do we have to adjust as we go forward? Absolutely. But a recognition that we need them at the table absolutely needs to be there. If we're going to make changes within our municipal mandate, we have to be a collaborator. It's the right thing to do. We do it when we have the one-off heritage applications. We have staff who do a great job of researching it. That's part of the conversation that has to happen on every one of those properties. So I think this is absolutely in the right direction. Yes, Councillor Austin, for sure, the universities have to and Councillor Cleary, the universities have to be willing to work with us. It can't be yes or no. That's not collaboration, let's face it. So I'm supportive of this. I do have another concern that I'll raise on the main motion though, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this discussion is on the amendment, and, we've listened to the conversation that some colleagues feel that it doesn't change the initial motion. I guess my question is, does it in any way detract? I haven't heard that yet. It doesn't take anything away, and so it's adding value and being a little bit more descriptive of the process. And so that being said, I would support the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, colleagues. On the amendment, ready for the question? The amendment carries, so the motion is now amended. We're on the main motion. The list in front of me, is this the main motion, Ian? Councillor Mason, anything else on the main motion?
Not at this time. I'll come back.
I'm sorry? No? Thank you. Councillor Austin, anything on the main motion? No, sorry. Councillor Kent on the main motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my question, the thing that became abundantly clear to me when we are creating a list and a particular sector that we may find heritage properties within, which clearly we have. I understood the original motion when it came forward. I appreciated it. What I'm a little worried about, and I don't know if there's really an answer for it, but it's certainly something I want us to take forward, particularly in the staff resourcing allocation, to how much time do they have to spend on this particular list and this particular collaborative approach and process. We, as councillors around this room, continue to be challenged ourselves by the amount of resourcing that we get. An answer says we don't have the resources for that right now. They're attending to another priority. So I'm fearful, one, that the staff within that, or I want an acknowledgement, I guess, that the attention to this list does not push others to sit on the shelf if they come forward from either outside of the educational university sector, and that they will continue to move forward on our regular process and allow this to unfold, but not at the detriment and the slowing down or potentially shelving of other applications, because I think those of us who have spoken have said this could take years, and the last thing I would like to see is that we continue to, well, just, take the others as perhaps not as big a priority. So I don't know if someone can speak to that, but it's food for thought. So I'm okay. I will support the motion, assuming that I get an answer that I like.
No pressure there. I see who can give that answer. Folks, go ahead, sir.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my name is Aaron Murnahan, Principal Heritage Planner with Regional Planning, and I will try to answer this as best I can. So currently we do have a prioritization matrix that we use, and I will say this is the busiest year that we have had on record for voluntary and third-party heritage registrations. At last count, we have 21 this year, which is more than we've had in the last 6 years combined, I would say. So there is very much an increased interest, both by property owners and by the community at large, to see these properties protected into the future. I think recent demolitions as well around the peninsula have led to that somewhat. But typically we try and prioritize properties based on whether they're at risk, as well as if they have a significance to an underrepresented group, for instance, that can certainly play into it, and whether it has, whether it is subject to future development to create housing. So recently we have been prioritizing development-related applications to try and help with the housing crisis that we're experiencing. I would say we try and be as objective as possible. And if you look at the map of the regional center in terms of where our heritage properties are located, there is one sort of glaring hole in that map, and that tends to be our university campuses. So in an effort to treat all of our property owners across the municipality equally, and also to fulfill our mandate to identify and protect buildings that objectively have heritage value, we feel that this is the proper approach.
Thank you. I think.
Councillor Kent, you're good?
I'll give it some more thought, but yes, thank you.
All right, colleagues, so Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be very quick. I will just say thank you. I am very pleased with this motion as it stands right now. And I would just like to, after the almost, I don't know what to call it, a public spanking maybe, but I will say that I have had exceptional relationships over the last 5 years with senior management at Dalhousie in particular, and appreciate their professionalism and exceptional conversations that I've had. So I look forward to seeing this move forward as well, and thank you all.
Ready for the question on the motion as amended? That motion passes. Thank you very much. Colleagues, we're going to move to 15.3.1. This comes out of Transportation Standing, Spring Garden Road Transit-Only Pilot Project. Councillor Mason, I'm thinking?
Yep. Let me just get back to that. Here, give me your thing, Tony. All right. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 rescind Regional Council's approved resolution for December 7th, 2021, directing the Chief Administrative Officer to proceed with the year-long daytime transit priority corridor pilot project on Spring Garden Road from South Park Street to Queen Street during the hours of 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. starting June 22nd, June 2022, sorry, and direct the Chief Administrative Officer to complete an operational review to investigate additional traffic control measures and other operational needs that are required to operate a transit priority corridor pilot project on Spring Garden Road between South Park Street and Queen Street, and return to Transportation Standing Committee with a recommended implementation approach for February 2023 for a pilot project for a Spring 2023 implementation. I so move.
Second, Mancini.
Do we, is there a staff presentation or no? I see, Mike's like, no, there's not. Okay. There was one at Transportation Standing Committee. If you want, you can go back and watch the video. So I am at peace with this. Why am I at peace with this, council, colleagues? Because I biked to work today down Spring Garden Road, and the block between Birmingham and Queen is closed. So his buses and his bus-only thing isn't going to happen anytime soon. And of course, Fiona has delayed that construction by at least 4 or 5 days and maybe longer. Am I comfortable with trying to go ahead anyway with all the risks of trying to get the equipment and the gates and all that stuff that we talked about, and bringing that and potentially having to maybe do some changes on the street just as we're heading into the first, hopefully normal Christmas season for those merchants with the street renovation done and COVID over in 3 years? Absolutely not. I think it can wait until construction season in March, April, May. They'll come back with a report. We'll have a plan for new signals and gates or whatever they come up with, and we'll implement it, and the clock will start ticking on a year-long pilot at that point. But the most important thing is that the South Park University undergrounding or separation of the stormwater and sewer for the freshwater brook will be done, and the construction of the street in front of the Mills building will be done, and we'll be back to some kind of normal operation. So as much as it's horrible, and I was very excited about the project, I think it's reasonable for us to wait. So I ask for your support for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, it's disappointing that there's not a presentation here because we at Transportation Committee saw the presentation. I'm not sure how informed my colleagues are, and the presentation would have been helpful, but it is what it is. I support the council of the area. The delay makes sense for all the things he mentioned. We have construction going on. There was discussion of potential gates that could be put in place that could be open and closed and different signals, and all that was shared with us at Transportation Committee. There was, debate about this with the merchants about this project, and not all merchants. Many did support it, and many merchants didn't support the pilot. I think the pilot is very exciting, and I think this shouldn't deter us from other types of pilots. We need to try things in this municipality, especially the way that we're growing. Spring Garden Road is an extremely important road in our municipality. It's a destination for our residents and for visitors, and I'm so excited when we get to a point where we can actually pilot it. We have no cars during the day on this, buses only, and there are those who are opposed to this, but I feel confident that once we pilot this is going to be a great thing. It's too bad that things didn't line up. It is what it is. Let's continue to be progressive. Let's continue to try these types of projects. I support the delay for the reasons mentioned. Look forward to seeing some really creative things, gate signals and all of those, and hopefully early in the spring. I know we pushed it at the Transportation Committee, but hopefully to see that early in the spring. So thank you, Councillor and colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor. As a notice of rescission, this requires 2/3 vote. Are we ready for the question, colleagues? That passes. Thank you very much. We will go to item 15.4.1, coming under Grants Advisory, West Halifax Housing Cooperative Limited. Councillor Cleary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council approve entering into a less than market value lease agreement with West Halifax Housing Cooperative Limited, located at Lot BRH2 Regent Road, Halifax, as per the key terms and conditions set out in Table 1 in the discussion section of the staff report dated May 11, 2022, and that Council authorize the Mayor and Municipal Clerk to execute the less than market value land lease agreement.
Second by Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
This is a particularly important area here in District 9, well, not here, but in my District 9, not very far away from here. This was and still is municipal land. Even the Bears Westwood housing that the province runs now, technically still on our land. And so this is a source of incredibly high quality, affordable housing for folks. And a group of folks that take pride in their neighborhood. And, if you've read the staff report, you understand the situation they're in right now. They need to get a new lease. And of course, from Halifax's sense, this nearly 40-year-old lease, I think it's 40 years old, needs to be redone. And that basically puts them in the same position, only better, because they can get the CMHC money that they need, plus the other things. And, it's a good thing for us to continue to have this great affordable housing in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Ready for the question, colleagues? The motion carries. Thank you. We will go to 15.5.1 in the name of Councillor Blackburn, Heritage Deregistration, 954 Old Sackville Road. Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I'll move the motion that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to provide a staff report initiating a heritage deregistration of PID 41027079, a subdivided portion of a registered heritage property known as St. John Anglican Church, located at 954 Old Sackville Road in it says Lower Sackville, and I'm thinking it might be Middle Sackville.
It might be Middle Sackville.
I'm thinking, yeah. But I'm not sure what the procedure. Lower, possibly Middle Sackville.
In Sackville. Seconded.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Russell.
Yeah, so
either
just to
lower or
put a little bit of framework around this, the wonderful folks at St. John Anglican Church have a massive size lot at 954 Old Sackville Road. They are partnering with Northwood to build a seniors complex. And because the church and the lands are all registered as one, this PID is a new subdivided lot that will be exclusively for the Northwood use. So in order to make this happen and to make sure that the church isn't handed a bill for $4,000 to deregister, this is the process that has been suggested by staff, that we get a report on the heritage deregistration, and at council's direction, we'll do that. It's Middle Sackville? Okay. All right.
Okay, we've confirmed the middleness of this, so it is
All right.
Middle Sackville. So that'll be reflected in the motion. Ready for the question, colleagues? That motion carries. I'm going to ask the Deputy Mayor to assume my chair. I'm going to come down and speak to motion number 16.1.
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Good so far.
Awesome.
Just don't screw it up.
And don't screw it up. Okay, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. The motion is that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report outlining the benefits and challenges of developing a framework to establish and enforce standards, policies, and procedures for major events that define expectations for organizers hosting events in HRM, as well as what organizers can expect from the municipality and local community. So this, this is something, this is a discussion that has sort of been had in general terms for some time, but it certainly came out during the recent Hockey Canada discussions. We want to be Canada's leader in event attraction and development. We host a lot of events, not just in winning and hosting the events, but for having the safest environment for everybody who is here during these events. We want to ensure the values of our community are reflected in the types of events and activities that we're seeking. And I believe I would acknowledge that the municipality, as a major funder in these events that often come here, have an ownership piece in ensuring events are safe and inclusive. So what is this about? This is about identifying those things that we expect people to follow when they come to Halifax. You can call it a code of conduct. It's beyond that. It's a list of expectations of what we expect people, whether it's a sailing event, whether it's a hockey event, whether it's a chess tournament, whether it's a cheer expo, whether it's a business event. We have amazing event attraction people at Events East, at Discover Halifax, at Tourism Nova Scotia, at the city, the folks that, those of you that sit on the MILSER, give out the MILSER funding. We have a great deal of success in attracting events, but I think more and more that we should be very clear that when people come here to Halifax to do events, we expect a certain standard of behavior from them, and they should expect a certain standard of behavior from us. I've talked to Ross Jefferson, who's very keen on this. I want to thank Councillor Colin Deacon. It was Councillor Deacon called me up probably 6 weeks ago, and he said, look, something good can come out of some of these issues around code of conduct, which is, why don't we become the leader in saying, if you're going to come to Halifax, this is what we expect of you, and this is what you can expect of us. The folks at Events East are supportive of this. I would expect Denise Schofield is here. I've talked to Denise about it, and her team, I think, are very supportive. We think this could actually be a competitive advantage for us in attracting events because it shows we care about what happens when people come here. We want to protect them, and we want them to make sure that they follow a certain standard as well. Some municipalities are doing it, so part of this would be a jurisdictional review of what other cities are doing, but there aren't as many as you might think, and I think that we could be, this could help us be a leader in this field. So that's what this motion is about. It's asking for a staff report to go away, talk to all the people who are involved in this, and come back and tell us what this might look like. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. The question has been called. Apologies, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Fully support this, but it's interesting as we're talking about organizations that are coming to our municipality. And some of the things that we're hearing about Hockey Canada, and we hear there's reports of different types of hazing with different types of sports. I would hope if this goes through, that would help in our own house, right? When I look at around our community, because we've heard about these horrible things, not just from visiting teams and visiting events. It's happened where we've had racism, or here we are tomorrow, a big day for our Indigenous community, and we've heard the stories about hockey players being harassed because they're Indigenous, and the list goes on and on. So fully support this, Mr. Mayor. I hope that, I don't know what else we can do to also address this locally, and maybe this helps us to have that conversation locally. So thank you for bringing it forward. Deputy?
Thank you, Councillor. I see no other speakers. Councillor, are you sure you're done? Okay, no problem. Call for the question.
Okay, that motion is defeated, passed, sorry, it passed. Thank you very much, colleagues. We have, before we look at in-camera, we do have an added item in the name of Councillor Mancini, which would be 18.1. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to put the following motion on the floor, that the Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to prepare a recommendation report to Regional Council regarding the request from Affirmative Ventures Association dated September 23rd, 2022 for the partial or full release of the buyback agreement applied to the less than market value sale of 6466 Lakecrest Drive, Dartmouth, in support of the proposed new development located at 139 Main Street, Dartmouth. So moved.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Hensby, most loudly. Councillor Mancini.
Councillor Hensby, thank you. So, colleagues, for those of you who are not aware, this is an affordable housing project. The Affirmative Ventures is a nonprofit group, and they've been working on this project for some time. They had some challenges with regard to some of the funding, though they have the funding for the project, but there are challenges like a lot of nonprofit groups. One of the things that this council did was waive fees to nonprofit organizations that want to build affordable housing. This council agreed to do that, and that's very helpful. One of the things that we tried to do was ask Halifax Water if they could waive their fees, because when you look at these projects, our fees can be considered expensive, but the Halifax Water fees are at a different level altogether. Halifax Water told us they don't have the authority to do that. So went to the URAB and they denied that. So what Halifax Water did was say, well, look, we'll defer payment over 10 years. Well, that's helpful, but not as helpful as deferring the payment or coming up with the payment. So what Affirmative Ventures are asking, they've identified there is funding opportunities, both provincial and federal funding opportunities, but before they can go that route, they have to look at either release or partial release of the buyback agreement. So that's why this motion is coming forward. And the reason I've asked to come up quickly, because if this gets approved, it's still a couple of months away, and they're trying to get the shovel in the ground, and the funding window is there. So I ask for your support. We need, as the mayor said earlier, we need lots of housing, not only affordable housing, but this is specific affordable housing in the Dartmouth area, and this is a good organization. They're trying to do it right, and they need our help, so I ask for your support on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Mancini. All right, colleagues, let's look at in camera, see where we're going with this. The first item in camera is in camera minutes, moved by Councillor Mason, second by Councillor Purdy. All those in favor? Opposed? The minutes are done. Is there anything else that people want to consider? Councillor Outfit?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm willing to try 17.2 unless somebody wants to go in and have a discussion. No? All right, I'm seeing thumbs up. Okay, all right, so I guess we can't do that then. I guess we'll go into camera.
Councillor Outfit moves that we go in camera, seconded by Councillor Russell. All those in favor? Opposed? We'll go in camera tout suite. Okay, colleagues, we're back. We're back in public. I'm going to go to the deputy mayor, who will put 17-2, the public motion on the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt the recommendations that outlined in the private and confidential report dated September 23rd, 2022, and 2, direct that the private and confidential report dated September 23rd, 2022 be maintained private and confident. Just, I'm not done yet. Private and confidential. Go ahead.
Seconded by Councillor Outfit. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
That motion carries. Thank you, colleagues. I'm going to go to notices of motion. Councillor Daigle-Gammon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take notice that at a future meeting of Halifax Regional Council, I intend to propose amendments to Administrative Order 2014-001-ADM respecting tax relief for nonprofit organizations, the purpose of which is to, 1, approve the addition of 13 properties and an increase in level of tax relief for 12 housing properties. Approve 4 one-time grants in support of 4 properties developed under the auspices of the Federal Rapid Housing Initiatives Program, Phase 1 and Phase 2, and suspend the application of Section 7C and 7D of Administrative Order 2014-001-ADM in fiscal year 22-23, and approve records management corrections and amendments to the administrative order, and 5, repeal and replace Schedules 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30 of the administrative order.
Thank you. Nobody else? Our next council meeting, we will be having a public hearing on October the 11th. That was rescheduled from this Tuesday. Our next council meeting will be the full other council meeting is October 18th, I believe. Next 2 days are important for Canada Truth and Reconciliation Day. Tomorrow, I see a number of our folks wearing orange shirts. Treaty Day as well is a very important day in this province for the Mi'kmaq and for all of us. So take some time tomorrow, especially if you're not working, think about why you're not working. And think about some of the things that haven't worked in Canada but can work better. Ladies and gentlemen, anything else? I move from Councillor Purdy a motion to adjourn. Thank you, folks.